close your eyes.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the RSC Season 14. It is the biggest day that everybody is looking forward to onto the calendar. After two restarts and a man that named Sauce has to bail out, the man that is legendary within the scene of breaking stuff. Mal, first of all, why did you do this to all of us? But Sauce, massive thank you to us all. It is going to, shall we say, a big day. We'll get to everything in a moment, but first of all, a kind introduction here to a man that not many in terms of would expect into the commentary booth tonight. But Romus, first of all, how are you doing?
Yes, hello everybody. Pleasure to be here for this Masters draft. In particular, we will be calling out the lineup shortly, and yeah, I'm doing well. It's absolutely sweltering here in this room, as you see, bit of sweat in the face as I'm wearing a short sleeve shirt. It's not exactly ideal. 25 degrees in this room, Danny.
25 here and a knocking 30 over to here on this one here. But with everything being mentioned on a bit, there will be a lot being swapped around in terms of people and moving across here. It would be fair to say here over 5 different tiers, not necessarily all would be knowledgeable across here. But as you see on the screens here, the Master £500 prize pool, 250, knocking down 150, 80 and 20 respectively, and the RSC Cups as well, 40 and 60 here. But after such a lengthy delay here, I do believe we want to actually get the draft underway here because it is 600 players looking to get drafted as the battle royale essentially in terms of who is going to get selected here. 20 franchise owners who've been slowly working at the background as well. So the master tiers, I believe, if I do have confirmation of the sounds of it, it is, and we will be starting with Sanctuary, and it is no surprise with a former man that has seen Odyssey finals and not unusual to sit here on winning at monkey mode, because they may be a massive surprise here, but not Smashy as everybody would be alluding to as the first one. But to Romus, that one might be throwing a few headlights on, but I will also sit there and say Green Phoenix up next too.
Yes, Green Phoenix for number 2. We have Mimical, the 2085 CMV rated. I'm sure that is a great choice for them. Obviously, my knowledge of Master not going to be enough, but we are moving straight to 4 Templar now, and Tomster will be the 2150 for that side.
Irishman himself as well too was threatening last season around, could be a biggest threat as well, but Friday knows this he reasonably well enough. D-Lynch is probably the likely player as well. Wouldn't be surprised to see, well, has to under 4 Templar based on the rules, but 20 are coming up next here, and there is a name here being whispered into my ear right now in Jeromus. Big name here coming up in terms of master tiers, likely terms of a player to maybe go on to win it here, but how good will his team be here? And I wouldn't be surprised here that Mal has potentially broken things here, or VMix deciding to be a bit delayful here. So the 3 players so far, Monkey Moon, Minical and Tomster, but 20R, who have you selected? Rightly so, Halo, one of the obvious picks within the tier to be moving up here. So 4 picks already on through in the first 4. It will be interesting to see here where everybody be going next, but Forge on our screens.
Yeah, Forge. Pick number 5 will be Serve, 1990 rated. Brain's gone blank. All this chaos has caused me to absolutely panic here.
It's all right. Everybody gets nervous. Everybody's first time in a draft. We all the managers out there. But sir, man that I knew back in E-Nightmares in the form of 6 man's coming out here. Usually quite a threat here, and actually played up through the ranks as well too. Moving across here. So as the GMs are nervously sweating, many of you are wondering where you're going. Rightly so, Jerome's likewise too. But a man who has seen many before here, Mutsu normally used to manage Shadow. Well, that has been changed change with Mr. Infinity, Materia, and the Deadly Dom. They are up next for our sixth pick as well. And the males, well, that is another one on our screens as well here. So you may also notice onto the left-hand side that the previous picks, that will be for the various franchises. We'll be seeing that shortly. But pick 7 here, Jazz up next, the 200 and 150 DSV Viting as well here, or CMV. I'm getting slightly mixed up with the ERS here. That's only because knowing Mali probably shout at me for getting it wrong. But Solaris coming up next here.
Yeah, Solaris coming up next. We are waiting for that reveal to come on your screens. Pick number 8 should be here rather quickly. But
no,
again,
it won't be going quickly. It's got to delay and make things really awkward.
Yeah, we've got another delay. So bit of tension here in the box.
Tension is out there as well too, but so far here it looks like there is a name coming up here. It is, of course, Jan, in terms of that dwarf button. Bale 34 was looking around. It was actually in their draft actually listed briefly in terms of their try, but Felix is up next here. So those looking like the obvious picks by most standards here. A few people actually surprised here based on chat too, so I'm not necessarily worrying here. But so far, Symbiote's up next. The man that Archeon once founded, well, it is Astral who has moved across here. So the likely one coming up should be moving across here, and it is Alama going to it. So Azteca Esports will be our following and 10th pick so far in our, well, 600 plus draft here over the 2 days. This is going to be interesting enough, as so far everything has been coming across.
Yes, again, waiting here for the Azteca reveal. These are getting... It feels like it's taking longer every time. I don't know.
I know, I just think it's just, you know, the natural sort of suspense, the drama and everything else as well too, but it'll be interesting to see who it is.
Yeah, pick number 10 goes to DMY then, 2030 CMV. Danny, any information on this bloke?
Well, I believe commonly referred to as Dreamy within the league himself here, so that one coming up as well too. As again, it would be fair to say Masters, not a tier that would normally specialise as well. Elites, however, would be more particularly onto this one here. But many within the scene here be looking forward to see what this man is capable of doing. And you know what here? We'll be going to Mathera Esports here. Coming up next, Big Tibbs himself, the new admin who has been recently moved across here. They should be mentioned here just briefly. Solaris here. Serenity. Again, everybody's name slightly mixed up here. That wouldn't be surprised here. That one is coming up in terms of retirement. But Mathera, who will you be going up next here? And by the looks of it, previous player that has played on a few tiers below, moved up, has been consistently around this one before. But again, we are waiting for confirmation on stream on that one, and it does look like we will have it here, and it is will be hell yeah there. So far here, I think based on a few of the GMs at the background here, nothing seems to be startling them here, Duromus. They seem to be having a fair idea on who they wanted, not sticking to the obvious picks sticking to the obvious picks, and there is shades, and we're not throwing any of it either.
Yeah, so obviously they've been practicing for this moment, and they've had time to decide these choices. By the looks of it, you know, a wide variety of CMV already. So you've gone from 1850 to 2150 in the span of 12 picks, and we will be moving to pick number 13, which will be a Lursary. I've spent some time there. I enjoyed my time there. However, we should be seeing that pick up shortly.
Sorry, how did you say that franchise name?
What, Illusory?
I presume it's illusionary there, but we will send no surprises on this man here. Well, Miller moving across here, and Duroma's here, Sorkon. I'm getting picked on here, but I think there'll be a few people be wondering what's happening up next here, and a man that I have cast at plenty of times here, Mill, who I would say is fantastic, and based on the CMV, to be fair to Duroma's, I think that's a steal here for a first round pick.
Yes, absolutely. So, my pronunciation, obviously, I'm just going to blame the fact that I'm Welsh. Obviously, you're Irish. That don't matter, really. You're playing the Welsh card.
Sorry, obvious there where I've been called Scottish in the last sort of 2-3 hours within some of the EL races and RSC VCs here, so that one's a bit slightly surprising as well too. So everybody currently watching at home here, we are rattling through this hopefully shortly. There is a bit of delay here from the back ends to go onto your screens here. That's why things are a bit slow here. But Forge, well, they have picked up a player here in Joe Watt. Let's have a bit of Welshness on this one.
Pick number 15, Ripperay, 1940. Again, so taking this time, pick number 16 coming up, we will have Might of Hades. And just on the dot there, Might of Hades pick will go to Reshiram, who was 2150.
Well, it will be interesting to see. I do know for absolute certainty 3 at 5, whereas many of us actually quite know him just by literally Kevin behind the scenes. Literally still doing try-ups up to the wire itself here, the deadline earlier into the week and signing up here, so it'll be no surprises in terms of the top end players being picked here, and that's what so far everything has occurred here. So pick 17 will eventually be Brave Esports here, was the likes of Smokey Bear running NC Substan, who was part of the Uni 6 months here on ERS's format last season ago here, but they have decided to go with Heinz's Ketchup. Really? Heinz's Ketchup? Not necessarily anything wrong with the player.
I was about to say love me some Heinz Ketchup, and then I realised I absolutely despise Heinz Ketchup. Not the player, of course, the actual ketchup itself. However, pick number 18 then for Alpha Surge will go to Steb, 1860 CMV.
Certainly so, and it must have been a few trades and orders as well. Alpha Surge's 2 picks there. Jazz getting this one, so Alpha Surge must be making a few moves here. Conflict and Phoenix will be fancying a few particular plays here, but we will be going to the new franchise that we will be actually graced by the AGM shortly later on. But the 19th pick here will be somewhat, is not necessarily a surprise here, but again, it will be how it comes across here. But Jazz and potentially that there, so could be a few plans already being drafted up. But JKR will be the next one here. Fearless Esports will be the 20th and final pick of the top 20 of the first round ones here. So it will be interesting enough to see where we go from here.
Yes, pick number 20 then will be on your screens, and that is Flow, 1965 rated. Fearless Esports will also be the next pick for number 21.
Well, certainly so, and it is going to be an interesting evening after all, see how everything is. We are going to take a very much a brief summary of the 20 teams and, of course, their respective picks so far. We should say 19 in the grand scheme of things. Of course, Alpha Surge having 2 in here in the form of Steb and Jazz. It seems to be Alpha Surge must be having a massive plan here in terms of coming into this season's draft here to make that type of a bold play here. But again, the values here, it seems to be nicely poised here on the first 2 that they've got here.
Yes, 1860 for the first choice. Quite a bold choice here, and obviously the CMV can fluctuate quite a lot. But it'll be good to see throughout the season what goes on, especially in these first picks.
Well, certainly so. So the likes of Monkey Mode, Minical, Tomster, Halo, Sir, I mean the first obvious 5 picks for the likes of Sanctuary, they're on your screens as well. So that is going to case up. We're only quarter way through here, and you might be going, this might be a long evening. Well, it certainly will be here. 2 days worth of action here. I'm just getting confirmation potentially here, and yes, we'll be moving on to our technically 20th pick here. I believe that might be a slight mistake there, but it is, however, correct on the sheet itself here. Flo will be moving to Fearless Esport, following by, well, funny enough, a second Fearless pick as well too. So it will be interesting to see how they will go back to back. So 1965 here, so 2 plans here, but there it is. Hexos following suit here. So 1 high sort of player in terms, well, not really high, but a mid in the grand scheme and certainly a low one. So everything in the shape of it here, but what will be looking towards Nick here for pick 22?
So pick 22, we have Vixed. I'm going to pronounce that as Vixed. 1910 CMV.
Oh, well, I presume so, and I'll be frank here, both of us are seeing these live to an extent here at the same time as you here, so we don't necessarily know the thinking behind the GM's picks. Of course, they've been the ones running the tryouts. They are still technically happening. Well, I suppose it will be over by this point. But the pre-season following suit afterwards, well, they've got a riddle down, so we're 6 or 7 players down to their final 4, so it will be interesting to see how that one plays on out here. So Depth Cloud following up next here for pick 23. Originally Shade was it, so Kieran Stones and Space Crispy. Well, I believe that Invite XD has been selected 1935 here, so 2 very much even players in the grand scheme of things, but we'll be going back to Brave Esports here. So, Sam, what have you got? Well, funny enough, it will be one of the GMs, so technically a keeper pick by definition on the rule book, so no surprise, so Mighty Hades will be coming up next.
Yes, the default choice there, NC 2025 and GM. So we will be moving quickly on to Mighty Hades for pick number 25 here. Hopefully, as we wait, pondering.
I feel like Duromus' approach here is just sort of hitting the buttons, or the button hasn't worked. We'll just press the button again here. And poor Mal sitting at the background here trying to, keep everything on the operations sides of it. But to be fair to mention here, Heinz Ketchup, and of course, was the previous pick there. But as you said, Mighty Hades up next. And by the looks of it, it will be an 1840 player in the form of Verified, but DSQ following suit.
Yes, DSQ following very quickly, and that is Spoods, 1925 rated for DSQ. Up next then will be Legend Mania.
Certainly so. Previous pick as well, Mill 1925, so they'll be going slightly higher up. I believe that's a season itself there, but we'll be moving across. So Legend Mania normally provides a few interesting rosters over the seasons that have, well, actually played against a few, so it will be a slight surprise here. But Illusionary up next here, Rahu, who normally takes part in playing, so it wouldn't be surprised here to see the likes of himself being drawn at some point here, but will it come up in pick 28?
It might be pick 28, we'll just have to wait and see, and I will call it Illusory now, and Illusory will pop on your screen, and pick number 2 is not Raho, it is Marvels, 1920.
Well, certainly so. A bit of a surprise here, but Team Serene here, I believe Luke sitting at the background, and GC will be deciding on their one. SK 1960, their first real pick that has came onto our boards here. So Scenery or Team Serene catching up here. DSQ following. We've just seen a recent pick there, the form I believe it was Spoods there. So it'll be interesting to see they go to it, and rumour has it it's a potential former Green Phoenix player that has done some decent surprises on results here, but that is the rumour at the moment.
It's the rumour pick number 30 coming up, and that will be a DSQ choice. Whether we see it happen now or within the next 5 minutes, we'll never know.
It would be funny if Miles breaks down here for a third time on stream.
Pick number 30 then, going to Captain Quark. DSQ have chosen the 1920. Obviously, their previous being Spoods of 1925. So they're keeping around that ballpark. Try and see, maybe a couple of players will stay around this area, and they're going to have to try them out a bit further, I feel, Danny.
Well, potentially, but you would imagine they would have already have got an idea in terms of, I do know, the likes of Team Serene, they have a list of ideal players that they do want. Many of the franchises will be certainly doing that, and we actually will have a franchise owner at one point of RSC's history coming up next. Actually, in terms of later in the broadcast, we'll be interested to see how his perspective will be coming useful here. But Alpha Surge is next here. Conflict here, the GM, with arguably, and apparently here, actually, not necessarily one of the lowest, but certainly around the thresholds here. The 31 pick here that will be joining Steb Jazz will be BN, so 1795 here has been eventually picked up here, and Green Phoenix's double barrel will be coming shortly, but we do have one following that before it.
Yes, Symbiotes will pick up Dansku, another high rate player, 2150, and yes, the Green Phoenix doubleheader coming up.
Will certainly be interesting. This one, Stingray has decided to strengthen his backroom staff with, of course, Pastroid and Shatter Fusion. So the double pick here, 1900 is the rumour that has been somewhat floated around here behind the scenes. There's a few chatters being moved across here, but the double pick here will be interesting. That you have that luxury of sort of going, maybe who, maybe not here. So 33, 34. We are waiting, of course, to see it being confirmed on our side here before it officially gets called. But with that being the case to Romus, it was interesting Dasku being that long in the wings.
Yes, now pick number 33 on your screen. It will be clean, and Danny, as you predicted, or rumoured, so to speak, 1900 as well. So you've got that spot on.
Well, it's totally not round the Green Phoenix camp at some point here, but again, their following pick here, 34, following suit the legs of Miracle earlier at their first round pick in the second spot. Mike following suit here, so Green Phoenix has got 3 players and it looks potentially like the ones they may have wanted. Shadow Esports, Panthera and 20R are the following 3 that will be on our screens here, but Green Phoenix have got 3 in the bag so far.
Pick number 35 then we'll go to Shadow Esports, and we'll wait and see what will come up on our screens. And as I take a sip of water again, as I am now starting to sweat even more, Danny, but pick number 35 will show up, and that is going to Harvey, 1850.
Well, it is a nice one to see to come across Panthera moving across earlier. The earlier pick for them, it will be somewhat surprising, and Boslasi being the following one here, 1930, so rounding the roster up here, so it will be interesting to see what they will move across. But Jax, of course, 1815 and Halo, the pick there, it'll be somewhat surprising how they will pick later on tonight, of course, here, of course, for Templar following up next here. And there might be a trickle of emerald green coming across. What has D-Lynch got for us next here?
Well, every time we wrap this up, there seems to be another delay. Pick 38. We'll go to 4 Templar, and the suspense is killing me, but here we go. Their pick number 38 will go to Decomp, and that is 1795. And straight into 39, actually, for Systema Solaris. Sorry to cut in there. Danny will be... Danny, help me out here.
No. Go on.
Furious? Pick 40.
But Sanctuary, of course, their Bucket Beast there following across there. But I was going to mention that the Irish they're certainly following suit here. But we will briefly go to the summary here in the next second here. The following 20 players are 31st, or sorry, between 21 to 40 there. I want to touch on Fort Templar briefly here. Decomp and Thompson are 2 Irish players, led by, of course, D-Lynch as well, so it could be a full Irish when he has to be under the rules here as the keeper pick. But Green Things, we mentioned somewhat earlier, being the double pick 33 and 34, maybe the interesting story here, but will be interesting to see. But officially the only keeper pick NC there on 24. So far here, it seems by the looks of it here to Romans that pretty much many of the franchises looks like they've got here. There's not one that's screaming completely wrong here, bar potentially 32.
Yeah, so they're all quite decently CMV'd, and then of course like you got the maxed out Dansku there at 2150 for Symbiote. Sorry, mine's gone blank. Yeah, we should be going on to round 3 picks rather shortly. And well, here we are as we see pick number 40 again, Bucket Beast, already confirmed.
Yeah, so good we have to name him twice on that one, but top players like Dogatron, Calakin is still sitting at Rahu as well. Smitey has yet to be picked up here. So Sanctuary 41 pick here of 1805 here, been moved across here. So congratulations to him as well. He will be going with Bucket Beast, who's been mentioned 3 times within the quick section. Of course, they've got 3 players moving across, but Chateau, they'll be having their 42th pick coming up.
Yeah, Shadow Esports then will have Earthling Juryev, which is 2000 rated. This is their highest pick so far in this draft. As you see, a bit of a progression stage by Shadow Esports there.
Certainly so. For Templar here with their 3rd pick, and somewhat maybe surprising based on how everything else has been going, but we will be looking towards a few things here. The 43rd pick here for Fort Templar. Are you ready, D. Lynch, to give us a name here? Because there is somewhat a surprise here based on how everything else has been falling across here. 20R following next after this, though, and by the looks of it, Bertram being picked up, 1770 O's. So Thompson being the major pick here, so I think we may know where the fourth one is going, but the 20R, TJ, certainly be joining Jax and Halo earlier with that one. DSQ following suit.
Yes, indeed. So, as well, Shadow Esports went up, 20R going down, so you go from 1960, well, 1815, 1960, and then 1770 is like the type of thing you expect to see at this level of draft. And pick number 45, DSQ, where you at?
Well, while we wait for the sheet itself here to necessarily move up as well here, should be interesting enough to see where the original one, but Jackson Halo, strong picks there by, of course, 20R standards. Well, mentioning that as well too, there's a few names still lurking around here that has been mixed up, but Fat Dylan has moved into the spot here, a man who has, let's say, a lot of legacy within the RSC community.
Yeah, definitely so. Trying to compose myself for pick number 46 for Green Phoenix, and it will be Ibby 1770. Obviously, their doubleheader came earlier with their 1900 and their 2085, and we've now got Ibby 1770 slotting in there for the 46th pick.
Certainly so. Alpha Surge, Solaris, and Symbiotes coming up as your next three picks here with everything moving across here. So will it be interesting to see how everything is happening as well. A lot of love for Fat Dylan earlier, with a lot of charisma within the league itself here. But will be somewhat a surprise here. We are rounding up to this sort of section quite nicely here. We are getting a few picks somewhat being delayed here, but Kerr coming in at 17.7 will be joining BN, Step and Jazz for the following three. Seems to be a potential strong lineup here, but a lot of course, the CMV to play on, but Smitey yet to be called. Bruvo at the coming in here, joining Fizz and Fix. Solaris liking the somewhat the difficult names for dyslexics, but Symbiotes, what have you got for 49 and Forge at 50 respectively so?
Yeah, it'd take a minute here to evaluate. Obviously, Bro and Kairu glanced over rather quickly, but they are there. And number 49, Symbiotes, or Symbiotes. Again, pronunciation, not my strong point here. We're waiting for your pick to come around shortly.
Well, I'm having a brief look here, and I believe it might be a keeper pick here for Symbiotes based on the rule book. Will be Kingsman Gas coming a suit here, so will be nice to see here. Somewhat a bit of a surprise here, but Wolfie coming up next with Forge, and a few big names here.
Yes, Cubby. Here we are, Cubby then, 1840 for Forge. That is, the chat's actually going crazy over this name being dropped, pick number 50.
Well, certainly so, and Kingsman Gas here may be somewhat surprised, but there it is, the man who comes across here. This one here, Big Chibs from Panthera for the 51st pick here, will be looking to strengthen his roster up here, potentially so. Again, the likes of Smitey not being picked. I'm looking at some of the names here still on our sheet here. Charm still hasn't been picked either. Sloth hasn't been picked either. But what has Panthera got within the locker here? And Rapids, the man that played in the league last season around, dominated fairly comfortably in the ERS as well too. So there is a few names still there, but we'll go to the Pigs team, Team Serene. They've gone for Datho at 1920, the second pick only so far of this massive draft that we've been somewhat lucky to be taking part here.
Yeah, so Datho for Team Serene, but go back to Rapids. That's actually a name that I know. That's a guy that I know, and this is quite nice to see him up in Master. I think I've seen him develop over the past couple of years, so it's nice to see him at Panthera Esports.
Certainly so. We'll be moving towards illusionary there, and it'll be interesting to see how this one goes. And Romus, I'll let you have the fun with this one.
Yes, so of course you give me illusory after I've said it wrong once. You're just gonna give it to me for the rest of the evening now, aren't you, Danny? And here we go, illusory pick number 53. We have Wapitai 1945 CMV.
Certainly so, and may as well have a bit of fun along the evening here. There will be swaps and changes, and Minty for Legend Media will be joining the likes of previous man who has won the league before Mill 17,700, but Sanctuary. Rumour has it. Oh, this will be certainly an interesting basic G7 out and Krezers. They have got a name here that some people might be surprised, who was described, rumoured other than last season ago, as a risky pick if this is the name that's going to be on our screens here. We are just getting a double checked here. Are you sure, Sanctuary? That is the person that you would like to go with? Waiting for confirmation here because it looks like it might be a bit unsure here. 55 pick will be, of course, from Sanctuary here, the man who's won multiple leagues across many of Europeans, including here at RSC, one of the most fantastic players to play against and alongside here. Cal, 1785 potential, maybe winner down the line here. He was asked to be potentially bigged up here. He doesn't need so. The man carries a lot of legacy on his own regards here. But likewise here, Mighty Hades with their legacy roster 3 at 5, the GM there, he is looking to strengthen his name.
Yeah, Cal with a lot of prestige on his shoulders there. And pick number 56, we're around the corner. Mighty Hades. Let's see what you've got.
I do love how the sheet just slows down when it's the Roma's turns. There was a nice wee spell.
I know him
One, two, three. So maybe a few
Ah,
grunts and groans here, but we are just double checking here. Mal may not be at the archery here, but Mighty Hades, what have you got here? The 1800 player in terms of Larson, but certainly not here. Let that number not deceive you. Brave Esports with 57, followed by Pesky. It seems to be that likes me more to Roma, so do apologise.
well, yeah, I mean, the names are flowing through thick and fast for yourself. And once again, we have a nice sit down away. It's like they're doing it on purpose, Danny.
I wouldn't know why they would do just slowing things down, but Ensky, Hines, and Pesky being, of course, previous sports respective 3 there so far. Alpha Sard got a few more, and of course, there is 3 more in total. Where they will eventually go, we will find out in just due course here. But let's not forget here that the draft here over 2 days, the Romans is long enough here. And you got to spare a thought to not only to the GMs, but many of the players who are sitting at home here, like ourselves, we've been here before, waiting and going, are we going to get selected? But for the 5th pick, Alpha Surge has gone with Connor.
Yes, indeed. And going off that point, I've been sat here for 3 seasons, and draft day has always been something I've been waiting for. And pick number 59, Volpes Esports, and it goes to Trickster, 1775.
Certainly so, following Turkey and VXT there as that one, but I believe we will be having one last and final pick here for the likes of our 60 Space Chris in the form of Death Cloud following suit here. 1865 is the potential number I'm being toyed around with. There's not many in the grand scheme of things that has got that number left on our sheet onto the right here. We're slowly ticking them off here. But I think it'd be fair to say here to Romans, never mind in terms of potential names of, said the likes of Smitey not being picked up, Peachy Boy, still a big name here, Charm not being picked up here. A lot of plays being happening here. I'm not necessarily sure the why here, but Chris following suit 1865, rightly so mentioned here. So 20 picks has occurred here to Romus. We will see quite nicely how everything breaks on down.
Yes, the summary, and a lot of picks, obviously not being, a lot of high picks not being chosen, and you've got to wonder what's going on behind the scenes, like what's going on through the GM's mind to think, you know what, we're going to leave them out for now. Maybe put a bit of a scare up their boots, but it's also a bit risky to leave them till late because another organization just pick them up. But we just have to wait and see as we go from 41 to 60 on your screen here. Again, what? Average 1860 across the board here if you were to calculate them all in terms of picks.
Well, certainly. So if I'm surprised here, to be truthfully honest, the likes of Rapids, being former champion, I guess, in previous leagues here, Pesky, usually a strong big name, Minty as well. Cal, to be fair, this one crew. I mean, Kingsman Gas here, I know I give him a lot of stick here. Decent player by his own regard here. Could do some threat here, Chubby as well. Fan favourite by so many. Fat Dylan here. The fact that these are the round about 41 or 60 range here, is this a play by some of the GMs? We don't necessarily know. It'll be interesting to get a perspective of it. We will have that perspective here. But we do move on here. We will, of course, finish off where we began there. That was Chris being the 60th pick, but our 61st pick. But there, Esports, Will Big Chebs, what have you got for us here?
Yeah, all the orgs keeping their cards close to their chest, I feel, and leaving their best picks to last, maybe. But pick number 61 for Panthera, as we wait eagerly for this final section here from 61 to 80. And pick number 61 for Panthera Esports will go to Ish, who is 1770 rated.
Well, definitely 4 players there that would be interesting enough and see how the chemistry and the makeup will be, but again, that will be moving quite nicely, hopefully, to our next following suit here of players here. And just making double checking here, it will be, of course, the legs of, well, everybody else's GM's turn here. Maui and Maisie, they're 2 assistant AGMs here, and I believe a player that may have been playing on the lower tiers previously before here, but it's the following ones that are being touted around here that may be being a surprise here. But Rapids, Bossley and Helia being the 3 other players that will join Ish from later, so that might be already a team in the making here. Not necessarily pre-mates that we'll be forming with ERS, but we will be looking across here. And 62 in terms of the number here, and O'Leon has been drawn out of the bag here, joining the likes of the players that you see towards our left, but Fearless Esports for the 63rd pick happening.
Yeah, so for number 63, Fearless Esports, on your screen now will be Alanis, 1860, which is slotted quite nicely in their previous picks of the 1965, 70, 70, and Alanis slotting in there in the middle there perfectly.
Well, she is probably one of the sleeper picks if I have to give an opinion on that one, but will it be a surprise here how things will be moving across here? Decent player, and will be interesting whether, I don't want to sort of insult her in terms of finishing off a season, but it will be interesting to see how she does provide the next one here. But Brave Esports followed by another fearless pick here, and see what have you got here, Pesky, the man himself here, Henso, and Jeffo following suit here. So once again, I think we are shaping the teams up at this point very early by some GMs. They've got the players by the sense of it, not necessarily 100%, but seems to be everybody happy. But Fearless Esports up here now, and so the goat here. So Alanis, Hex, and Flows. I think by the looks of it, and I could be wrong here, but this opinion to Romas, but I think the GMs have been very, very sort of sleek in terms of how they've gone for their picks so far.
Yeah, it's almost like they are holding their cards close to their chest, but it's also like really, well, you're not seeing as many 2150s. Like, are they worth what they want to be? You know, so you're taking a look at this sheet here, and you've got, well, there hasn't been a pick so far in this section that's been over 2,000.
Yep, and let's not forget we do have day 2 here, so there is still a fair bit of going here. DSQ up next here, and AYR4 coming up next here, so that will be moving across here. Legend Mania, Illusionary, and Team Serene being the following 3. One player that was elite here is being touted to be moved up to Master, has been respectively 4 here, and there is another one for us to Robus.
Yes, pick number 67 going to Daiki, which is 1995 rated, Legend Mania, picking that one there. And after that, will be Lingerie, and maybe I could palm this one off to Danny instead, you know?
He's going to try that one, and he's more than happy to do so with this one. But 68 here is maybe the chuckling there, and I do notice that there may be a certain dartboard behind Aromas, and the grouping and the aim has been particularly good there.
Can we not call out my darts as we move on to pick number 68? Hold on a minute now, it is a Luxury, and you've managed to make me sit here and say Wix 1825 will be the fourth pick for a Luxury. Danny, I'm starting to dislike you. Pick
Well,
number
it wouldn't be
68.
the first time somebody has said the words "I dislike Danny" in the same sentence, but Rose blushes up in terms of team shipping. She will be looking forward quite nicely to that one here. And again, a fan favourite on this one is the Romas chuckling, laughing away here, but can't hit a treble 20 to save his life at the moment.
I am not chuckling, I'm choking on water, and I'll have you know there is one in the double one, okay? That, you know,
How bad is
I,
your aim?
hey, you don't know what I was aiming for when I was throwing these darts, okay?
Well, certainly, well, a 5, a 1, and a double one. So what were you left with? 7? 8,
Uh,
potentially?
that's a 5, a 20, and a double one. So I was left
Oh, it was
with.
out of 20. I wasn't quite sure there. It looked like it was in the 1 there. But, well, we may be blathering on here. Come on, following up for Team Forge here. That one will be certainly across. Here we are, 10 picks away from Masters being wrapped up here for day number 1 here. Shall be Revere and Severe, 5, 15, and 50 in terms of the pick here. Growing and growing the tension as Taka Esports with, of course, Turbo there, 1900, following Dreamy earlier. So this one here, as Taka catching up here behind, but they do eventually, and I believe later on, have a double pick. So it will be interesting to see how they round up their first 4.
Indeed. And now we are waiting for pick number 72, which will go to Symbiotes. And again, this is becoming tradition at this point where Danny will pass it to me and the pick will take a while, but pick number 72, round 4, will go to Natzali, 1770 there. And again, another roundup pick for Symbiotes.
Certainly so, and well, Solaris, they have the likes of it, whole axis there, Death Cloud following, Chateau in the wings here, and will be something else here, how things be falling short. There is a bit of tension in the room. Death Cloud with Spacecraft, I believe it might be their 3rd or 4th pick at this point. I believe that's their 4th based on how things have been going on. And it will be an interesting one, how this one will be potentially going for them. I'm not necessarily sure what their plan is here.
Well, that's the first 2000 pick in about 30 names now in this list, so that tells you, well, the style of which this draft is going, Danny.
Well, certainly so, but the franchises, the GMs, certainly waiting around in the background here. Their master picks certainly throwing a few surprises for the rest of us. Crisps, Shade, and Potato will be joining Death Cloud Esports here. Oh, if there's a name I disliked already, it was that one.
Chris and Potato on the same team. Pick number 75 for Shadow Esports goes to Brandon. Another 1770 pick here.
Certainly so. There have been a few moves and crosses here, but we will be moving quite nicely here for the 76 pick. Day 1 here for Masters. Day 2 will be starting soon. If you haven't seen your name just yet, do not panic. There is still plenty of time for potentially your name to being rattled across here. But Mighty Hitties is up next here. What will they decide for, of course, 3 at 5? And I'm actually a little bit wondering where Kevin is going with this, but we haven't got a chance yet to necessarily move across here. But we will have, of course, Collett in terms of that one. 1810 joining the likes of Larison's verified Systema earlier in terms of their pick. 16, 25, and 56. So they've got a fairly lengthy terms of how things have been going so far, but 20 are following up next year.
Yeah, final 4 picks for Master tonight. There will be another 80 picks tomorrow. So if your name isn't chosen, like Danny said, do not be scared. There's still plenty of opportunity for yourself to be chosen in this master draft. And pick number 77, fourth pick for 20R coming up.
As per tradition, there is a delay when Dorumus is talking. So, well, we do say that. What were you aiming for, by the way, on the darts?
I can't even make it up. I was just throwing. But 20R, pick number 77, their fourth pick, will go to Sketch 2030, another 20 plus rated player here.
So I'm just throwing Dorumus 2024. But for Templar, will they be giving their chances around Serene in terms of that one? 1850 there will be joining the likes of Tomster and Decomp. Likewise, there the 43rd pick, Bilratrat there at 1770. So potentially a strong lineup there. Of course, a man who's won many titles in the form of D-Lynch there, rounding up here. Mal, of course, from Fort Temporary, does not know who the picks are coming here, but Aztec Esports, who has apparently got 4 picks in a row here, so something certainly has broken in the background there, but I can confirm they've only got 2 here for the final of the Masters here, so it would be interesting to see how their 2 picks additionally from this one goes across here, but do you know what? 79, 80. But before everybody else does happen here with the pick here, Aztec, they have decided to go with Joker. And there certainly has been a few jokes certainly being played here. Aztecs across the board, Tobo and Dreamy are the respective 2, so don't panic. Aztec only has 1 left, but if you are tuning at this stage here, Elite coming up next, rival, challenger, and prospects as well. The GMs will be barely waiting and eager to get in contact to their players, but they've got to wait according to the rules, so don't be surprised as yet here. But their final pick and final one for Masters, Aztecs, where do you go from here?
Well, the Aztec have got the 5-ball power play at the bottom, getting all the choices on your screen by the looks of things. However, there will just be one more pick for the Master tier today. And the last pick going to, obviously, as you see, Azteca. And again, we wait. Tension builds. Pick number 80 on your screen. Azteca Esports, who have you got? You've got Dash 1865, Danny.
Well, certainly so. When Aztec for their pick 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, we were basing on that. Hold on and ready. They're certainly not the Dice Joker, Turbo and Dreamy being the 4 and the Aztec lineup there. But we will go to our summary of the 20 of the last sets of players that have been called by their respective franchises here. So if you haven't heard your name yet, don't panic for the Masters here just yet. There is the remaining, of course, amount of you still left. That will be done tomorrow, same time at 7:30 or closer to 8:30, depending if there's any more technical issues at the start of the day. But the likes of Ish, O'Leon, Alana, she's been drawn out there. Rose Blush, likewise, they're big names there. Potentially could do some damage there. But Aztecs with their triple there, that will certainly be a surprise here. So Aztecs must be planning some big moves in other tiers as well. But 71, 79, and 80 respectively. So that was a bit of a lengthy delay. They must have been worried that things could go pear-shaped to be played about it.
Yeah, really awkward pick numbers there for Aztecs, 71, 79, 80. All the players being chosen, and you sat there thinking, please don't pick anything I'm going to be picking. But yeah, 61 to 80 on your screen. We have 2 2000 pluses here. Pretty sure, unless yeah, yes we do. Do we?
Well, to Romus
Yes,
there
we do. Yes, we do. We do.
At the bottom of the screen there, that is your Masters here, done for today. Relax if you haven't been picked. I was picked in day 2, if I remember correctly. Ended up playing for Ox Gaming. It was actually Miley Hiddies who ended up originally with me. That happened, ended up being a main player. That was along with Tuck and Evoke. Funny enough, that's Elite. That will be coming up next as well too, respectively. The next 4 tiers, 80 players will be drawn. Then we'll do that all again tomorrow with the remaining set there. So everybody stay tuned. We're, however, going to take a quick break. There will be a change in the casting booth somewhat, but we will have a lot of talking, a lot of action still to go. But until then, go get something to drink. This one's going to be a long evening. We'll see you after this break.
Shine bright up all night, we're never slowing down. Fall in love, drunk mistakes, we're bound to hit the ground.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the RSC draft. It is season 14 and we do this all over again. We're starting, well, this one with Elite, and you might be wondering who's that handsome fella on the screen to the left that we didn't see before. That's Mal, who foolishly agreed to be in the suit and weather on this one here. But speaking about the wonderful, the glamorous, the good looking, we do of course have the National Girlfriend Day. I thought to mention that it's got to be something. Got a good laugh out of that one. You see, first of all, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. And I'm glad to be here on the draft for the first time ever in the 7 seasons I've been in RSC. So it's feeling good.
Well, that's 7 seasons. I've never done it after 14, and well, for a few people behind the scenes will also know someone else as well. But that will be a surprise down the line. But we've been doing a lot of talking, a lot of moving across here. But Maisie, as the resident expert in fashion, do you want to rate the fit here of Mal?
Yeah, no, Mal. That suit is really, really good. Just don't stand up, Mal. Don't ruin it for everybody in the stream. You know, got the pink, the pink and blue headphones looking good for Mal, and then the nuggets on. You know, he's looking dapper. He's looking dapper.
He's looking dapper. You might be wondering why you can't hear him. He's also talking behind the scenes, the fabulous and the extraordinaire in the form of Sauce. We will be talking about a GM of past teams. Will be there. The Rumus is hanging out too. But Mal, we unfortunately will have to kick you off and say goodbye for now. I do apologise, but enjoy those boxes of 20 chicken nuggets. We'll be hoping to have some later. But he's not a man to share, unfortunately. But Maisie, we do have a chance to share the booth for the very first time here. And somebody free of the Wolfie jail, as it referred to. We start off with Sanctuary on the first pick. Satu, the legend himself, who grabs the first one.
It's a good first pick. It's a very strong first pick. And, I mean, Sato probably glad to be freed from Wolfie jail, but will probably get cut and taken back by Wolfie. And second pick, Alpha Surge. It's Dote. And Dote's been in RSC for a little while, and it's a very, very strong pick as well.
Certainly so, a man from Ireland, and usually performs quite well. Was on the other conference, via race, was threatening there, but Legend Media, Cynics moving across here. They've got a name here that apparently I'm somewhat surprised not to be cheeky and code, but Haronis, is he in the top 20? I'm somewhat surprised, so it must be a bit of bribery, Maisie. But Legend Media, seriously, really?
Legend Mania. It's it's an interesting org name, but it's an org name that I've worked with and I've actually GM'd before in the RS. So
have you now?
Yeah, I have. My challenger team went to the grand finals, and a juicy pick for pick 3 is Juicy at 1760 gets picked to Legend Mania.
Well, we were dripping from the seams on that one there. Juicy moved across, the Dutchman, of course, Caster is there, but we will be dining quite nicely, the GM and AGM quite literally here. How do you feel about having a Fish here?
I mean, Fish is a very, very good pick, a very mechanical player and can make wonders happen in any team, so very glad to have Fish on board here, and a good pick from Elelios, if you ask me.
I prefer steak more.
Well, yeah, I prefer pork chops, but...
Really? Pork chops?
Oh, I love pork chops, yeah. Oh, yeah. Nice bit of chicken gravy on them as well. Oh, that'll get the grinders going.
Okay, well, that's a complete surprise there, and I don't know if Mal, as Maisie there, brings out the full menu there. Azteca will be looking to add up and put a bit of spice onto this one. Rumour has it 1720, it's certainly so, and a man with a lot of threat within the league, RMD, coming in here. He's not, as shall we say, well, quiet compared to a Fish, but he has got a lot of noise behind him.
Yeah, RMD is a very strong player, and Mamba picked by Shadow, and that's a surprise to me. Normally you see Mamba affiliated with Sanctuary, so to be in Shadow, I mean, Mamba, that's a very strong pick for pick 6.
I gotta say here, fantastic player. Played a few tryouts, not playing this season here. I think I've done about 20. I've played about 10 of them. The fact that he is in the top 20 doesn't surprise me. The fact that Shadow's got him, I think it's arguably one of the strongest picks that you could get here. So that is decent enough by them. But Illusionary, Rahu, who has left Snow probably in charge of the elite tier, what have they got into the works of wonder?
Oh, we'll have to see. As Eevee, now that is a surprise pick from Illusory. Eevee is a very well-known player on RSC, and honestly, to be honest, I've not seen Eevee play. I've just seen Eevee chat, so that's interesting.
Chat, talk, but Herbert Amagi, he certainly makes a few bits of noises, a bit of, shall we say, on the decks as maybe the cool kids would do. But he has been making sweet music, I'll tell you that. There's been a few clips on Twitter, Moggy with Forge here. So we'll be looking to maybe play with a bit of threat and fear. But let's talk about fear. Kevin with Mighty Hades, what have you got up next?
Might have Hades, a very, very long-standing org in RSC, one of the longest-standing orgs next to Systema Solaris. Who will Kevin be picking? And I mean, we'll have to wait because I think there's some rate limiting issues with the sheets at the moment, so we'll have to wait and see.
Well, with moving the case on to this one, we'll be looking at that one, and there it is. There, amazing. Mighty Hades finally got their pick, and it looks like Kevin might be happy with this one.
Season, I believe Season is just returning from a long break, and I mean, we'll be interested to see how he performs. And Systema Solaris fusing together a team as pick 10, it's fused at 1760.
Okay. Really?
Really, what?
Really fused? That's who you've almost Solaris. Okay. Fair enough there, but shall we say, Panthera coming up here. There is, shall we say, a whispering in the wind there, Maisie. There's somebody that may rival, apparently, your Twitter game. That is hard to beat here, but it is, shall we say, Panthera, who is looking to call on the Big Frank, the special one in RSC here, the elite man with so many accolades to his name, but is he going to grab a trophy this season?
Yeah, now that's the question we'll have to wait and see. But Danny, I don't think anyone can match my Twitter. I don't think that's possible. As Brave, are they going to be brave of this pick? GMB at 1740.
Oh, well, that may be a call to challenge if you want to go against Maisie. But Brave, they may be hoping for a bit of warmth. Now, Green Phoenix over the last few seasons has picked casters for their teams. Well, have they picked one this season for their opening one here? And there might be a mistake here, Maisie, because I've been wondering why.
I mean, Green Phoenix, they like their casters and they love their little weird, they love their odd first round picks. And what are we going to see as they pick? Why?
Why, Maisie?
Why has Why been drafted at 1750?
Oh, well, back to normality. Hypnos here on board. Templar has been moved across here. Stingray using Patrick's. He's been normally the beefer with the elites here, but I believe this one might be a Friday and D-Lens combo here. But DSQ, Tavish, not GM this season, has moved that on to Nations. What have you got lurking around for your first pick of elite here?
First pick of elite, Danny. Top 20. And I mean, these are arguably your most important picks. They're the players that obviously top CMV. They're the players that are supposed to be making the difference. They're the players that are the best in the tier on paper by rank-wise. But, I mean, DSQ. Tavish, obviously a long-standing GM now to Nations. And as Nations picked well, Alf at 1735.
Barely knows the player. Barely seen him in the tryouts. Not saying that he hasn't, but somewhat a bit of an odd pick here based on who is on the right-hand side of our names. But legend of the scene, Quackers have been called out here for Fearless Esports. And you know what here? I said the least mechanical player a few times. Boy, was I wrong playing against that.
Duck is a very strong draft, and I mean the Duck Sato Wolfie It's impossible now. They're all on different franchises. They're all finally freed. Finally free from each other. And now Masters with that's a very strong pick from Masters on the Quack Dealers.
Certainly so. Very good player. But Dev Cloud, they have decided to fall. Fall?
Fall. They're going to hopefully not fall over in the standings and perform well this season with fall. Team Serene next, led the charge by the Pigs, and they've drafted Kyron 010 at 1735.
Strong player, very determined, very good in terms of the game, and Joe Watt here performed extraordinarily well in ERS no more than 6 months ago here. So that could be Team Serene, and Joe Watt was helping in their tryouts. They might have been maybe listening to an old wise head here, but 19th of May will be certainly interesting here.
Yeah, pick 19 coming towards the end of the round one, and this is now. I mean, obviously, these are the people that have suffered because they missed out on the draft lottery and they got put in a poor spot. But 20 are. I mean, hopefully they don't come 20th in standings as they pick Cakes at 1740. Another well-known player, I believe, Danny.
Certainly so, but I prefer Victorian Cake more.
I like a sponge cake. Symbiotes next in the line, and it's a keeper, the AGM, not Liam, at 1750.
Who?
Oh, well, I mean, he's not Liam.
Yeah, but, who is he?
Well, well, we just know he's not Liam.
Fair enough. Not Liam is certainly not Liam, but we will be set there fair there that the first 3 picks here, Maisie, I must say here, certainly the surprising ones. Satu, probably the biggest headline act here, no longer with Wolfie. That there's probably the biggest surprise of them all here.
Biggest surprise or biggest relief is what I want to know.
Well, if it's biggest relief here, Joe, what I think there's a few partnerships has ended up late, and certainly that was certainly one that goes on to the list there. But Dote, strong player, Juicy. It's Juicy. So, Joe, well, yeah, Satu, biggest relief maybe for him's sake, but they do certainly spend a lot of time, Wolfie and Satu, so I wouldn't be surprised here they'd be certainly staying a bit longer together here.
Yeah, no, but now coming on to the round 2 picks for picks 21 through 40, and we're being kicked off by Azteca here.
Yeah, and Mal certainly kicked us off the summary sheet there. Too busy munching on his chicken nuggets there. But Aztecs, you know what, will be interesting how they eventually get their pick here. But I must say, mate, he was very dapper earlier today. We haven't mentioned enough of that suit already.
Yeah, no, that suit, probably the nicest suit I've ever seen. But now, Azteca coming on the roundabout pick. Cal at 1760, lasting into round 2 is pretty surprising for such a high CMB player to be left into round 2.
Certainly so, Cal D, a very strong player. The fact that he wasn't in the top 20 was surprised, but I actually made a small list on Twitter. My list here would be fairly inaccurate. Still a Hart who played against last season as well too, alongside Cakes. I'm very sceptical, to be fair, if that's going to work or not, but they've got still plenty a long time in the off-season, the pre-season 3 weeks games here. But Team Serene, we know the Pigs quite well, but have they oinked or uttered here?
I mean, we'll have to see, and I mean, obviously, we do know the Pigs very well. One of the Pigs is our very co-caster, Danny, who we're very sad he couldn't be here today. But what can you do? Team Serene now. Pick 23, and this links, I believe, the old GM of Symbiote in ERS, now being picked by the Pigs.
Certainly so, and Joe, while I do know their list, and by so far, I'm not going to give too much away, but very strong there, and no links is a wee bit surprised with McCommett. Very good player, doesn't get much notice here, but there is a joker earlier, and now we got a joke.
Joke at 1750. I believe Joke is actually reigning from NA and has been here for a little while. I mean, I know Joke. I've worked with him a couple of times. very, very good pick, and he's a pretty good player for Elite, so we're going to hope to see how he fits in with DeathCloud.
I'm very disappointed with a very European crowd going USA, USA. Howard Singh, Sweet American Pie or Goodbye Miss America Pie, whatever the official title is. But DSQ coming up next year. Nation had earlier picked Alf by my surprise, but Weasel, two players I would not have thought there, but I think Weasel hangs out with the DSQ community for a bit here. So Mighty Hades following up next year, so 26 on our screens.
26 Might of Hades, and it's Yeezy Panda. I mean, I'm not surprised. Yeezy's a good player, and obviously Season and Yeezy, they're going to be able to work with each other.
Well, Yeezy, is it too easy for him? He was a very strong player back in the day. A few people has obviously bypassed him earlier, but the 27th one with the likes of D Lynch working in the background. He had two Irishmans earlier. Potentially another one. Maybe he could have drafted me. Highly doubt that.
And how did you even sign up for Season, Danny?
No, I didn't, Maisley.
Unacceptable, Danny. You should have signed up to play. Who's going to be the third man on the pitch now? Fort Templar. Will they have a third man? It's Shad at 17:25.
Well, they've only picked two so far here, but Shad reached the final previously in a few times around there. Very much a player that you would expect to dominate. So if Hypnos can get into his way of thinking, that's a strong lineup. I have to sit there and say, disappointed that he wasn't in the top 20, but Alpha Surge, will he be a further disappointment?
Alpha Surge, I mean, I don't remember where the GMs and AGMs are for this tier, to be honest. I don't know if I've got a keeper or if they're going to be drafting somebody new and then somebody fresh. We'll have to wait and see. But so far, Danny, obviously you've been on 2 tiers so far. What's the most surprising pick for you so far?
Most surprising pick, Satu must be, I say, so far the biggest surprise of the evening so far here as Alpha Surge eventually do get Coben here, but I wouldn't say that's the upset here. I believe Kingsman Gas being alluded to in terms of the top 50 may surprise a few others there, but I think a few people might be taking words over ability, but will there be more talk coming up next?
Geordie. A name that I don't recognise on RSC personally. I know a few Geordies from the casting and streaming scene, but this one, not in my knowledge bank.
Seen once, maybe twice, but again, likewise, a bit of an allure in terms of that one. But will it be a mystique or a mistake itself? We will find out just necessarily. But Panthera will be a howl or a howler coming up here.
I mean, Panthera, they have always been very, very strong in RSC. They've had some good tiers, some good teams, and some good picks. But Panthera, this time around, it's Zyle, a very, very strong pick in my opinion. One of the best players in Elite, I might say.
I would like to sit there and disagree with you, but I can't here. But not Liam has been joined by Spylaw, another very strong player. I would say Middle Eastern in terms of that there, but in the UK studying as well. Don't want to sit there and say too much, because the man does the gameplay for him in terms of talking.
Does indeed. And next is Fearless. Are they going to be fearless with their pick, or are they going to be cowardice with their pick? Masters has hopefully got something in mind. I mean, I know in RSC he's had a lot of trader picks so far. He's had a lot go his way. He's been good at negotiating, so hopefully he stays good at negotiating as he now. J-Hill, 1765.
I'm going to be bold here. One of the best players off the tier. I'm only saying that because he was my ex-teammate. If I didn't say that, there'd be getting a nasty DM me. I was like,
I mean, well, let's hope you don't get a nasty DM with Sanctuary now. They give Form a chance, and a very strong pick in RSC. Round 2 is a very good pick for him as well, so hopefully he makes it work and he doesn't get cut in preseason.
Well, certainly a bit of maybe shade being thrown, but that was picked up earlier. But from one teammate of mine earlier to a potential maybe other one that could be surprise illusory. Rahu, we played Sunday Trios, not to sit there and give advertisement to the opposition in terms of leagues here, mainly. But there is a name that I wouldn't be surprised here because it comes up here. Will it be a Pixel or will we see many of them?
Well, pixels. Danny, you've predicted that, I believe. Will we see a pixel or many of them?
I've got a crystal ball here, Maisie. I can predict anything.
Okay, we'll predict this next pick at KZ. 17-15 for the 35th pick. And I mean, I've said it so many times, it's getting kind of annoying, but it's another very strong pick. KZ, very, very good player. But round 2, I'll have to see if he's worth the round 2. As people in chat are calling it a troll pick.
That's maybe a bit of shade, maybe going across here, but will there be a top of the hat here, or will we be seeing the lines of the pocket being filled by Green Phoenix? They have got, shall we say, an opportunity to make a dent. They were, shall we say, quite low last season in terms of how barely scraped into a play-in position, but the Fat Cat, will it be a stack or a fall?
Fat Cat. Now, personally, that's my favourite name so far as a resident cat enjoyer here. I mean, best pick of Elite so far, if you ask me.
I'm surprised there wasn't any noises following after that one, but will it be purling along? Ex-teammate of mine, Veka, very low in terms of the value of the player, but will provide great quantity and quality onto the pitch here. But don't be surprised to nudge him every so often. He might have fallen asleep.
I mean, Veka is a very, very good pick, and not to toot my own horn, being being the AGM, but it's a very tactical pick. Very tactical pick, hopefully. I hope Avelios knows what he's doing and he's not just picking for vibes.
Well, I don't do vibes.
Yeah, we know. Don't worry, we know, Danny. Shadow at 38 with a keeper pick from Mithril.
Danny doesn't do vibes, he doesn't do gentle, it's always me, but you know what here? Shall we get the tone of Legend Media, or will it be a rumble into the booth? Aiko has decided to join the rumble, 1700, following Juicy. That's, mind you, a tactical nightmare to wonder, but Forge, what have you got us conjuring in the background?
I mean, Aiko, I know Aiko very, very well. Teamed with him in Rocket Sundays Doers, as I used to call him, Aikowo or IRKowo. He teamed with me for Systema Solaris, but unfortunately I took the choice to get cut, and he still didn't win the tier, even though I sacrificed myself. This guy.
So what you're saying is that somebody sacrificed the queen, and he didn't win.
Yep.
Selfish player, we should just kick him out now, but Keza, he's a keeper. Will he be certainly for Forwards in that case?
Now, I mean, that's the AGM in Elite. It's going to be a very strong team of Moggy and Keza and whoever they decide to draft up next. I mean, obviously, everybody here knows Keza, or as people would know him, Skies. As we get the round 2 summary. Some pretty big names here, some pretty good players. I'm mostly looking at Cal from Azteca and Yeezy in Might of Hades.
Well, I'm still looking at Mal on the suit here, but certainly from the summary anyway, Pixels would be my big name in terms of pick there. Former finalist as well too, Jay Hell, arguably one of the best players within the league. Surprised that he wasn't in the top 20. Spiral likewise. Those were to be the rounds, but Lynx, that there could be a dangerous one, Team Serene. So Team Serene themselves, in the form of our little pigs, they will be the happiest so far here based on a few things.
Yeah, no, and I mean, still can't get over Fat Cat being drafted 36th. Should have been drafted first, if you ask me here, Danny.
I don't like a Fat Cat. I prefer, more of a chunky Kit Kat more.
Ooh, a chunky Kit Kat. Did you go for the peanut butter ones or sort of Kit Kats?
Oh, just original.
Just original. I really like the Biscoff ones. You know, the Biscoff ones? Oh, they're proper nice then.
Well, certainly so, and if RSC is looking at a new sponsorship, they're potentially one as well too. But that is the summary of the top 20. That's what we like, and certainly the GMs have liked their selection. But will it be, shall we say, the entree of the round 3 from the 41st pick, moving on nicely as well too? That will be starting, I believe, potentially with the likes of Team Sanctuary following there, but our 40th pick, as we saw recently, Kez and Muggy, as you rightly said there, Maisie, a strong lineup.
Yep, and Sanctuary now for that 41st pick takes Yoshi at 1730 now. Yoshi is a very strong player as well. I played against him in Rocket Sundays a couple of times, and he has left me swept because good player. Nothing more you can really say.
Somebody swept you off your feet there, Maisie.
Oh, of course, Danny. And will Legend Mania's pick sweep me off my feet? It's Kajir, and has certainly swept me off my feet. Kajir, the GOAT of RSC, if you ask me.
Well, nobody of late has swept me off, and I'm still sitting here single.
Oh, Danny, maybe we're going to have to fix that for you.
Yeah, it could have been a different story. But anyway, it's fair to see Esports. They will be certainly looking something that isn't heartbroken or heartless here. But we're not talking about even the Smoky Bear himself. He's in a suit, Mal's in a suit. But will I have Amanda has been in plenty of suits before. Presented, of course, RSC many a times online. Vecca there, 1965 in terms of Hill, joined J Hill and Quacker. So very much an experienced lineup there.
Did you just say 1965, Danny, as Gamey picked a 1720 in Elite for my franchise? We're picking in the wrong order here. Our first round the highest, second round our lowest so far, and third round we've picked a higher player. What's going on?
Well, Gamey's a very strong pickup, I must say, though.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. Very, very strong pickup, and yeah. I mean,
Do you know what? It's quiet down quite nicely here. I think it's time to order dessert here, Maisie.
ooh, dessert. What's your go-to dessert, Danny?
Well, I'm a very simple man. Nice bit of vanilla ice cream, bit of chocolate sprinkled over top of it.
Oh, I mean, now that's lovely, but this might be my dessert. As Ellie Kitten is drafted to Green Phoenix, and it's a strong pick again in Elite. Just, I think that's the bottom, very, very bottom of Elite. So that's a very, very strong pick. Is Krina. Now that's a name I've not seen for a few seasons here in Alpha Surge.
Played in a few tryouts as well too, and I would say the rust is a wee bit there, but given a bit of time could be potent. But Illusory will be following suit tiers. So Illusory, they did pick up, shall we say, Pixels. They did have J Hills here. They might be disappointed they don't have a Danny on their lineup. They might be crying. A poor Rahu sitting in the corner. Circle, where is my Danny boy? Will there be a potential replacement coming here in pick number 47 here? Well, they certainly have found a maybe replacement of it, but they've just picked Dan. Not Danny. Dan. Sorry. Dan!
Not Danny boy. That was a few A's there as Panthera. They look to pick Easy Gods at 1675. Got to pronounce every character there if I can, and very good pick as well.
Both two strong picks to be fair as well too, as we slightly mocked a wee bit Dan's name, but his ability on the tryout about 4 days ago, off the top of my head there. Oh boy, he can show a few of his moves, but that's Tagger up next here. And you know what here, I believe we might see a name there coming up that has been flirted around before. Solaris, likely DSQ, and Berea being the following franchises as well too. I'm surprised we haven't seen two back-to-back here, Maisie. There has been very little trades by the looks of it.
There's been a lot of trades. I believe just another tiers as Azteca. They picked Flight, and well, I mean, Flight played Flight and ranked a couple days ago and got humiliated pretty badly here. And Systema now with Saf 47 to their name at 1710.
Well, certainly so, and played staff actually twice of recent times. Interesting record there. So, but I will say here, based if I was GM or an AGM here, these picks are completely out of the world, and not in terms of blowing my socks off. They have surprised me completely, basically.
Yes, I mean, yeah, pretty big surprises so far. But Danny, obviously, you are the residential elite caster here. You've got a lot of knowledge for this tier, and if you're surprised, then I don't even have a word to describe anything except for I don't have a word.
She's speechless. I may be speechless here. Indeed, is curious what's going on with us there. Again, another pick I did not expect there. I believe there might be a few shots there happening around here, but maybe RSC does countdown. It might be a surprise, but Riptix for Brave Esports have been picked as well. So there is names being dropped around here, but somebody else is coming up next.
Obviously, Reptic, a known player to me, took one of my Legend Mania squads to the grand finals in Challenger of ERS2. So a very strong player. Let's see how he can fit into this team of Brave with Geordie and GMB.
Did your team win?
No, we lost. They lost.
Then they're not worthwhile mentioning.
Oh,
Useless, all rubbish. Get rid of them all.
oh. Big words from you, Danny. Have you ever won a tier? Have you ever won a tier, Danny?
I've lost 4 finals. Let's not talk about my record. But speaking about being lost here, normally doing a lot of night shifts of late. Rapid social media manager for the Rocket as well. He's been picked up for Templar. Will be picking up, I must say, a legend. One of the defensive walls in the tier was in rival. Told he should be moved up to this one here. Moved to the bare minimum. Should be a lot higher. And Maisie, I would say that is the best player that you could have easily picked up. Surprised it took that long.
Yeah, really, Danny. Best player. Now that's some very big words, and I'll remember these. These are going in the brain for halfway through the season, just to give an update on how Eagle Crane is performing.
Well, I am a very big man, to be fair, BNC, so I would expect that.
Yeah, well, it's gonna happen. And what's gonna happen with Shadow as we move into the latter half of round 3, pick 55 with Mamba and Mithril? It's the Yellow Crab at 1700. Now that must be one of the best names I've ever seen.
I don't like crab. I said I prefer
You don't like
steak.
crab? Oh.
No.
Any other types of fish food you like, Danny? Maybe a bit of shrimp, tuna,
Tuna.
cod.
Tuna, cod, yeah.
And, well, Wolfie at 1720, the keeper pick, the GM with Keza and Moggy. Now that's going to be an interesting team depending on what they do.
That will be a surprise, and again, Wolfie being that, well, not with his usual team, so it'll be a massive surprise to him. But do you have clout? And I will be sitting here looking at it, and you know what, the next 2, potentially 3 here, might be a few surprise. A bit of conversation could be had on these ones if these are accurate here, Maisie. But Death Cloud, what have you got for us?
Hopefully not an actual Death Cloud for Rube, as Rube is drafted in at 1670, and with Joke and Fall, this roster could be a joke to fall around.
Well, certainly, maybe a few here, but we've been joking around. But from a serious perspective here, and I believe that the order might be wrong here, Mal. And it definitely is wrong. According to our sheet, Team Serene should be next, not 20R here. So we might need to double check this before we reach on to this one.
Danny,
But,
I'm looking at Team Serene's picture of Nixo.
Well, thanks for surprising everybody with a potential name call there. I was looking forward to giving the man his moment there, and it certainly has been the outstanding player on my screen. It was 20R still moving on.
Danny, you have confused me.
Well, my screen still had 20R coming up next here, not Team Serene, Mal. So hence here, potentially something broken, but I'll sit here and say this one next to a fantastic player, and Team Serene are following their list perfectly so far here, basically.
Danny, you've really confused me, because even Mal in the background hasn't seen anything. It's 20R now. Pick 59, and that's the man, the myth, the Team Serene owner. Day 2 RLCS. How did the team go to the main event? It's Serenity.
The man who was retired has came out to play again. Somewhat surprised. We've had a few retirements this year already. That has took a few people by surprise. Mighty Hades, though, the 60th and final pick of the elite tier. Where do you go? Well, it would be maybe no surprise here. 3 at 5. Known as Kevin by many in the scene here. Serenity getting all the love as duly noted. But here, will it be deserved? It is a keeper pit here. Kevin will be picking himself. No surprises there, Maisie.
Yeah, no big surprises there, Danny. And I mean, Kevin is a very strong player, as we know, but I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how he performs in the elite tier this season. So I believe he might have been master last season. Can't quite remember. As now we go to the summary screen. Who stands out to you here?
Well, I'll take a few points here, but I will say the biggest player and the best player of the league himself, not the maybe Scott him so early, Adel Green, the pick 54, must be by my standard there, but the likelihood the second one for myself here, not to cause any arguments, next to himself, 58 there for Team Serene, I would say mechanical masterclass maestro. Will it be or ah? Well, the three pigs will be sitting there wondering what's going on there.
Yeah, definitely. And to me, standouts draft 43 of Vector. Vector's an extremely strong player, one of my fellow casters I cast the LAN with. And then Kajer at pick 42. I've got no clue how he lasted that long. Kajer, one of the best players, I think, to the tier. And then obviously, we've got Wolfie at the keeper pick. He should be day 2 in my opinion.
Well, there's quite a few of those ones, rightly so. Talking about day 2s, and moving across the old name and likes to give me from yourself as well. Should be getting maybe a proper full tooting and hooting, but will the horn be going full blast here? We are to our final 20th day, number 1 here for the elite picks here, and we will be seeing Kevin being drawn up twice. We haven't gone completely bonkers, potentially, unfortunately, am mastering earlier, but we have got it, seem to be sort of my side. Astaka up next here, and Maisie, where will they be going next here?
Well, Danny, that's Morph. I believe Morph GM'd last season. I can't quite remember. All I know is Morph, one of the tier winners when I was an AGM for Team Serene. A good player, and I mean, it's going to be interesting to see what they have to come up with here. Pick 61, a big pick for them if they can get a nice solid minimum player, or even potentially just an unknown superstar in the tier. That could do wonders for the Azteca side, as we're just now waiting for the sheets to update, I believe.
Well, certainly so there, and we will be getting that just shortly in a moment's time. It is a lot of technical power being drawn in the background there. So, Maisie, how's your day been so far?
Well, Danny, I woke up at 7:15, went and grabbed 2 monsters from the shop, and I'm now here. So it's going amazing.
And, you know, that's how some people live their lives. I certainly woke up and had, let's just say, a broken toilet. But Aztec, will they be helping or flushing? Will they certainly be happy with this one? 1670 there for this one here. But 20 hour coming up next here for pick number 62.
Pick number 62. And I mean, like I said, Azteca, maybe an unknown star or even just a low player. Appy, a very low player, not an unknown superstar. It's probably known in RSC, but it's a good pick. And well, 20R, obviously, we've seen some interesting picks from them so far. And can they up their interesting picks as it's followed by Team Serene, Deftard, and then DSQ?
Well, certainly so. We'll be looking forward to it. There is, shall we say, a lengthy delay here. This is, unfortunately, nothing within our control here. Mal is doing everything he can. He hasn't broken anything, we can reassure you that. But Langy for 20R, I think, played last season for them as well, too, or at least ERS. But Serenity, Sarah, and Cakes, they've got 4 already. And Maisie, not looking at a threatening line here. But Team Serene, a former teammate of mine of last season, the ERS straight there. I must say already, I put that as the top 4 type of team if they go with that type of lineup.
Yeah, and I mean, you can't complain. Stroph's a good player, and Strofe was potentially looking to be day 2, as I saw in the chat a few times, but now day 1, you can be happy at pick 63. And it's going to be interesting to see how Strofe fits in on this roster.
Certainly so. A few people talking away and trying to work out what's going to be happening here, but 64 with Def Cloud coming up with this one space. Crispy was doing a lot of the tryouts here, and Sammy Boy will be up on our screens here, and it will be interesting to see what comes from this one here. Round 4 picks alongside Rude Jokes and Fall. A lineup not necessarily fully sure about, Maisley.
Yeah, and I mean, Miracle. Can Miracle be the miracle for DSQ's elite side at 1685? A low pick, but not as low as Vessel. It's going to be, I mean, if Miracle's kept through preseason, can he perform up to the par?
Well, will it be a full swing or a hit and a miss? Shadow is up next here. We do follow by the likes of Sanctuary Symbiotes and Brave Esports on the bottom of your screen just now. With me and say, from so far here, there is a few names I have been happy to see. A few completely surprised by any from your side just yet.
I mean, I don't really know Elite very well, bar a few players, so I'm kind of on the lurk this tier. But a name I do know, SNW at 1670 for Shadow. That's an extremely strong pick, and if it works well with the Mithril Mamba, it's going to be dangerous, I think.
Potentially. Sanctuary. Like the usually Foreman Satu, the first pick of it will be formed with Greeny. Will it be green as grass though for them? We'll find out just shortly.
I mean, interesting. It's gonna be looking. I mean, if the grass is kept fresh, Greeny could be a strong side for the Sanctuary. But if the grass isn't fresh and the grass is dried out from all this sunlight we've been having in the UK, it's not going to be well.
Have you been sunburned yet?
No, I don't go outside very much.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, I go to work and I come home.
No, that's fair enough.
I prefer to keep out the warmth and behind my nice fan that's on in the background right now.
You've got a fan?
Yep, I've got a fan. It's a very, very expensive one, and it's very nice.
Well, speaking about fans, Magic has been left a wee bit hanging, but Symbiotes will be the ones picking them alongside Rapids, Space Law, and not Liam. But sadly, I don't have any fans. But 69 will be Brave Esports. Will they have Smokey Bear cheering them on the background? Well, that's an obvious given. But who will be the obvious pick? Well, so far, nothing's been obvious.
No, so far, everything's been pretty unexpected. But, I mean, nothing's expected for me. I came into this not knowing anyone's plans. I didn't even know my own franchise's plans. So, well, I mean, neither did Avelios for that matter. So it's going to be interesting to see Brave with Cameron K. And if this is the Cameron K, I believe playing against him, the Pinchmen Blue in Rocket Sundays is a very strong pick. As no time to react, pick 70 for Forg, and it's Jason 23.
Yes, the other 22 Jasons were all rejected, but this one has finally stepped up to the mark here for Elite. But we'll be moving swiftly, I hope, to Solaris and the likes of Mighty Hades, who will be looking to bolster the roster here with the final 10 picks here of the Elite draft here. It has been, well, do you know what, a few somewhat surprises here. I think the biggest name here hasn't been pulled out, and that's the likes of Wine. Sorry, I've been far off that one. Connor hasn't been picked up. Shine, Spoods, 11, and you know what? It's a lot. Nova hasn't been picked. Rollback Noodles, but Solaris, they finally picked up their name. Who have they gone? And it's an old-fashioned name in the form of Duts here.
Duts? I mean, yeah. Duts has been around for as long as I've been around in RSC, I believe. It's a very well-known player, but instantly moving on, we're getting some traction. And it's Yummy 999 for Might of Hades at 1670, getting into day 1, just barely.
Well, will Kevin be going yummy or ucky with this one? But it will be hilarious moving across here onto this one. The AGM sitting beside me. So who have you picked?
Good, very, very, very good question, Danny. And obviously, got no clue. So we'll have to wait and see
You
as the
got no
shooting
clue.
again. Of course, I don't have a clue. If Elios didn't have a clue, nobody knew. We just picked for vibes.
Do you know what? It's Guess Who at this point, and we'll be moving quite nicely at this point. It's Kieran. Do you know who he is?
I know who Kieran is. Yeah, I think I know who Kieran is. Kieran's a good player. Anyone that's been drafted by Vulps is a good player. So
Oh, speaking about maybe good players, certainly one here was sub for myself at one point. Sarge illusory picking up here. So Pixel, Stan and Evie, the likely the three there so far, but still three more to come from there. But Green Phoenix, they've got a double header. It's not a game show, but we thought to give it a bit more oomph to it this time because that's the second time they've got it this splits.
I mean, a double header in Elite. I mean, I remember when Green Phoenix had like 7 picks back to back a couple seasons ago, and that was funny to watch. And only 2 this time, but it's progress. Okay, it's progress.
Yeah, they've lost their best player. But above that, it will be interesting to see where they do go with here. Ellen Kitten, Fat Cat, and Y. Will they be joined with Magic Moo in a moment here? But it will be an interesting one. Macy's quite happy with that because I did add about 6 extra O's onto that one. But we'd like to move on with this one.
You've got Fat Cat, Ellie Kitten, and now Magic Moo. 3 animal-based names. That's racking up to be my sort of picks here. As Please 05 has been drafted at 1710.
So Green Phoenix is the so far RSC's elite Admiral Sanctuary at the moment here. Will they be kept well and fed in water? Well, if they're not, Mizzy will be on them quite soon enough here. But we will be going to Panthera, another Almanol base franchise, and Big Chaz. Well, he's certainly no team beast here either. Will he be certainly looking to pull one out of the bag here?
And it's Spacey on the keeper pick. I believe AGM or GM, one of the two. Obviously, it's a keeper pick. I can't quite remember, to be honest with you, Danny. So, AGM, thank you. And we've moved on to Fearless now, and it's Fane. A name that, I mean, I remember getting drafted by Fane in RSC Season 7. That's an OG there.
Certainly so, but will be the feeling the pain or feeling the pain at this point here later on in the season with that one. But former GMs, AGMs and big captains there. But Legend Media looking for one of their own with Masters potentially so. But that will be Cynics' lineup there. Well, seeing that one, the last 2 picks here, but maybe potentially a keeper pick in the form of course, for Templar here. So 2 left here off Elite before we wrap up this tier.
2 left, and hopefully we can get them both out after the small little rate limit. I mean, now, Legend Mania in this. How do Bisho? Bisho? Because I can't really pronounce the chin it because I'll get banned from RSC streaming. But last of all, you're right, Danny. It's Friday at 1700.
Well, certainly so, but that is 80 picks so far, but the 20 of the previous one. But Friday was a very strong lineup there with Eagle, Shad, and of course Hypnos there. But the 20 picks here, Maisie, it would be fair to say, Strafe in my eyes would be the obvious one there that stands out. Friday, of course, the keeper pick, and there's been a few others as well too. But any there that you might be looking at and sort of going, this is ideal for me, or is it the zoo of Green Phoenix that's taken your fancy so far?
I mean, just looking at it, Team Serene and Elite so far is an extremely strong franchise and is looking to be very, very strong. And Fane is another good pick. And Friday, obviously. I mean, Friday being 1700 is crazy, in my opinion.
Well, certainly so, and just for the fun of it, well, that was maybe cray-cray, as the kids would say, but we'll be certainly taking a break here. We will be moving on to the rival. There will be change into production, casters and areas, but unfortunately, 2 hours so far taken, a lot of technical issues throughout the day, so we thank you so far for bearing with us through, of course, RSC14. This has been the draft so far, but from all of us here, we'll see you after this, hopefully, short break.
It got me thinking now, should I take it or leave it out? It got me thinking now, and now I'm stuck in this loop again. It got me thinking now, should I take it or leave it out? What would happen if I talk to you? Got a feeling that I get a clue. Would you be my Should I take it or leave it out? It got me thinking now, and now I'm stuck in this loop again. It got me thinking now, should I take it or leave it out? What would happen if I talk to you? Got a feeling that I get a blue. Would you be my fortnight? What would happen if I talk to you? Would you be my fortnight? Got a feeling that I get a blue. It got me thinking now. Would you be my fortnight? What would happen if I talk to you? It got me thinking now. Would you be my fortnight? What would happen if I talk to you? Would you be my fortnight? Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah. No, I don't wanna waste what's left.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the draft. And I'm Maisie. You saw me just 10 minutes ago, if that. But a new face, an old face, Hecky Gaming is joining me. How are you, Hecky?
How did Hecky get here? What? What's going on, Maisie? What happened?
Danny needs a little break, so we had to bring in the best of the best, Hecky. But Hecky, I mean, we saw as the league started, Mal was in a suit, and now Mal is no longer in a suit. What's going on there?
Yeah. Mal's gone to Hawaii. He's chilling. He's living his best life, and we're here doing draft. So win-win, you know.
Oh yeah, win-win if you ask me. And I mean, I think Mal, we're gonna have to say goodbye to you because I know you don't want to be here for 6 hours, and I know we don't want to be here for 6 hours. So let's get started with the rival draft. And pick one is going to be Sanctuary, and it's Chase DPG at 1630.
Yeah, that's a great pick from Sanctuary. A nice middle of the field pick. So not too high, not too low. You can fit a load of players around that. So good pick.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very good pick. And I think B-Shape wants Emmett on the draft. Hecky. Is that something you're looking to do later tonight?
We could B-Shape DM, we can discuss.
Yeah. But next, we're going to discuss draft, and it's KXM Bat at 1655 for Brave. A second pick in Rival must be somebody that's a shining star of. Must be a shining star.
He must be.
Now, 3 DSQ followed by Simba. It's Green Phoenix, then Panthera. I mean, the first round, top 20 of the tier, perhaps. It's always the most important picks. There's like, I mean, obviously, if you're picking poorly here, you've set yourself up horribly for the rest of draft. So
Yeah, no, definitely. The first few rounds are definitely the most important picks in draft. So it's good to see that CM is getting picked number 3 for DSQ. Amazing what we're saying on CM.
CM's a very strong player, and CM at 1645 is looking to be a little bit of a steal for DSQ. I mean, obviously, Rival is the tier that I've resided in for too long now, so hopefully I'll have a little bit more insight onto these players as Ryan, as 1665, gets picked on to Symbiotes.
Yeah, solid pick by Symbiotes. But let's see what Green Phoenix are cooking up right now, eh?
I mean, we will see who's been picked for Green Phoenix once sheets aren't rate limited. So,
come on, Mal, put your pina coladas down. We're trying to work here.
Come on, Mal. Just waiting.
There we
for,
go.
There we
And
go.
Green Phoenix have picked full stop Kyle at 1655. I'm not familiar with this player. Maybe you know them, Maisie.
I've got no clue. Got Kyle and Ryan on the draft, and now Panthera. It's Resist Jaguar. Now that's somebody I know, and it's somebody that's very, very good in the tier, and as the respective CMV could look to shake up. It could shake up Panthera a little bit. Very strong pick. But next is Might of Hades. So, I mean, obviously, Might of Hades and Rival, they've had good history in Season 11 where Erebos took the crown, Velios and Slimy together there. So, we'll have to wait and see how that's going to go.
Yeah. I was Might of Hades is special to me, you know. They picked me up in Season 6, and that's when I got my speed run phenomenon moment. The OGs know what's going on with that.
The speed run of all times, and Might of Hades. They picked Cynics at 1665 and XGM. So must be the captain of this team if capped, surely, right? That's only
you definitely think so.
And now Drizzy at 1650, a pick that, I mean, Drizzy, the name rings a bell, but I don't quite know them. What about you, Hecky? Any idea?
The name seems familiar, but I don't recall the player or the gameplay. But chat seems excited, so maybe we should be too.
Chat is talking about
some Brazilian thing. I don't know.
a Brazilian thing, or is it a song? I believe it's a song, Hecky.
A song about Brazilian things. If you know, you know.
Yes, true. And Team Serene now picking up GCX IL, otherwise known as George. And I mean, I could see that from a mile away. Who could have guessed that the picking up George, I mean, even Pegasus just said, my boyfriend. Pegasus, don't you have a girlfriend? A little bit,
A wife, I believe. That's what you're doing. But we'll swiftly move over to Systema Solaris, picking up Sasuke at 1660. A very solid player, a very good pick. So we'll see how that cooks.
And I mean, hopefully it cooks well. Sasuke's a big pick, so I mean, now looking at the next 4: Fearless, Death Cloud, Legend Mania, and then Vulpes coming in, and hopefully we get to them fast, and hopefully the rate limits stop. So I mean, Fearless and Rival, guess gonna have to see its bites. And would you just have a bite of that pick at 1640? You can't say no to that. Don't look at me like that, Hecky. That joke had
I'm saying no to that, bro. Bites was a solid player. It was a good pick from Masters. Very good, very good.
Death Cloud. We're dashing away from the Death Cloud with Dash at 1665, and these jokes are going to keep on coming if they give me these.
Bro.
If they keep on giving me these dad jokes, I'm going to take them and use them. But Dash is a very, very strong pick, and thank you, Violet. I know I'm good with these puns tonight.
I wouldn't say they were good, but what I would say is good is this pick from Legend Mania, when we know what it is.
Yeah, and I mean,
Mal,
we figure out.
Mal, help.
There's nothing Mal can do. It's Google that's the cause of this, not Mal. So we can yell at Google, not Mal today. But something I've just noticed: Team Serene have traded for 2 picks in round 1 as Legend Mania. They have picked Tomo at 1655, and there's a couple Tomos, so you can jog my memory on which Tomo this is.
It's the one from Rival. They got picked by Legend Mania, round 1, pick 13.
Well, thank you, Hecky. Now that helps so much.
No, I remember Tomo. He's a pretty good player, so that was a good pick from LM right there.
Oh, it's Tomkins. Now that makes a lot of sense, and now I know Tomkins, a very, very good player. And it's
Yeah, I was going to say Tomkins is Kino, no?
Yeah, Tomkins is Kino, but it's not. Tomo's the one with capital M's and an O and a 0 in his name. It's just so confusing. Why do people have the same names? Oh, season 9.
Well, just let's blame Mal. Let's blame Mal.
Yes, let's blame Mal indeed as Slimy. Now, I said it earlier, and I wasn't alluding to this at all, but Slimy and Avelios, they've won a tier together. Can we see the magic happen again?
We'll see if the franchise management can come in touch there. But where's this next pick? I don't see him. Where is he?
I don't see him either.
I don't see the pick here. Who?
At 7 at 1635. Who's there?
There's nobody there, bro. I can't see him.
Nobody on my screen, honestly. I can't see it.
Yeah, I don't know Cena 97, but maybe he's good. Maybe he's invisible on the pitch. Get some nice 50s and dunks and whatnot.
I mean, nobody can see him, so must be a
That's
good player.
true.
Must be using that sneaky invisible car glitch that we've seen floating around. Ooh. Team Serena next, Hecky. Who do you think they've picked? Believe it's a keeper.
I would have a guess at Zizify.
Zixify at 1605 with an exclamation point and a full stop in the name. And Pegasus said absolute legend, so must be an absolute legend.
Yeah, you picked said you're a legend, you're most likely a legend, so we'll take that.
Can't say no to it as no, you're at 1610. I've heard that name quite a lot. And Hecky, do you think it's a good player? I mean, I've heard the name and I know the skill.
Yeah,
So
I recall seeing Nore a few times on stream in the last few seasons, and they've been pretty good. So I'm excited to see how this works out for FT.
Yeah, first round pick, even though yours. Surprised by that, saying damn. But W for that one as now Shadow coming into the back end of round 1. Shadow pick Breezy J, and must be kind of breezy coming into my room. This fan putting a breeze on as the draft is Breezy J at 1580.
Yeah. All the puns, bring them in.
Yep. And they're
That
going
was-
to keep on being brought in. There's Green Phoenix next, picking.
You're digging yourself a hole here, Maisie.
Yep, and the whole 1,625 foot hole, you could say, for the CMV.
Yeah. Again, a player I don't recall, but maybe they'll come in clutch for Green Phoenix. Yeah.
I mean, I feel kind of bad. This is supposed to be the tier that I'm, most proficient in, and I've said I don't know to about 6 of round one's picks so far. So, must be pretty worrying as Forg for the last pick of round one. And who are we going to see? Weekend! And funnily enough, it's the weekend for the weekend at 16:30. Good pick to end off the map.
Yeah, Weekend is a very good pick to end off on. A very good player that a lot of people know in the community. So, well done, Wolfie.
I mean, just looking at it, any names that really stand out and pop out to you here?
Ryan is a very good player, so that was a very good pick from Symbiotes there. Cynics as well from Mo. That's going to be a really good player in terms of like their ability to be captain and pull the team along with them. That's going to be really good to see.
Yeah, it is going to be very good to see. But one thing I've noticed here, Azteca, they traded their first round draft away. Is this a tactic that we're waiting to see? Because I know they had keeper picks from a couple players, so I mean they might be playing it really, really smart here by offering up a second round one pick to Team Serene for something different here.
Yeah, maybe they got some extra picks in round 2 or some extra round 1s in another tier, maybe. But so
yeah,
it's exciting to see where it goes.
I mean, I can't remember, to be honest. I didn't really pay attention to Master, so I don't know if we had a different 2 Master picks there. But Shadow starting us off round 2, pick 21, followed by Alpha Surge, Forkin, and Fort Templar. And I've got my ideas for one of the Fort Templar players, Hecky. I think might be an AGM of sorts.
Maybe. Could potentially be a keeper pick.
Maybe a keeper pick. So, yeah, who knows? I mean, I couldn't guess, but Shadow's next on that pick list, and it's Moh. Not to be confused with Might of Hades, it's just Moh at 1650. Moh. Or Mo.
Beautiful.
Depends on how you say it.
Could be
good player, it's a very good pick. I've heard the name float around a few times. So
yeah, I remember the name from last season. Played really, really good. So that's another good pick from Shadow.
Yeah, no. And now we're just waiting on the back enders. I mean, Archie has just noticed, Hecky, that collection behind you on the windowsill. A very bountiful collection.
We don't need to talk about the collection. It's okay.
I mean, we could talk about the collection.
Hecky drinks sometimes, and when he finishes a bottle, it goes behind him on the window. That's 2 years worth. I'm not an alcoholic, so
he promises. And I remember that collection when I first joined RSC in season 7. But I also remember where I was drafted as Alpha Surge. They drafted Red RL, and before I could even say anything, Forg pick Hazard, and huzzah, because it's a good pick. It's a very strong pick for their round 2. So you can't complain there.
Yeah. Hazard, very good player, very good person. I enjoy him as his company. He's got a good company. So that's going to be a nice welcoming member to Forge.
Yeah, and I mean that's very nice to say, and a very nice thing to say about Hazard there, as we're now just looking into the Fort Templar, and Hecky's drinking some G Fuel there, I see. Average G Fuel this man. Sponsored by G Fuel, by the way, guys.
No, we can't talk about other brands here. No.
Well, small issue. Aries, 1615.
Yeah, another great player. That name's been around for a few seasons now, so he's becoming an OG. But Terry, the keeper pick for Mo, the absolute goat. He's so good. He's so funny. He is amazing.
Yeah, Terry's a very, very strong pick. And the CMV given for round 2 is very, very strong in the lineup now. You've got 20R, you've got Vulps, you've got Legend Mania, and then you've got Fearless just peeking around the corner saying, "Peekaboo, I see you." As we head into the back end of round 2 so far. And Hecky, so far we've seen some very, very good players being put through the mix, and hopefully 20R keep up with that form. Just have to wait and see.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see what 20R brings in Mox. My God,
And I mean,
love
everyone
Mox.
knows Mox, admin of RSC, one of the best GeoGuessr players I've met. Very good as Vulps. Now, my org, we have picked JJP at 1640.
Dang, what does JJP stand for, Maisie?
Hecky, I've got no clue. I'll ask the man himself when I speak to him, when I welcome him into the rival team. But a very good player. And Asterix has asked you a question in chat, Hecky. It's a very important question too.
Nah, I'm co-hosting Draft Asterix. I can't be intoxicated whilst I do so.
And pick 28 was AV, guys. Wait a minute. AV just flown by our screen. Absolutely flew by us. And Luke Foz at 1590, a strong, very, very strong pick for Fearless. Yeah. Obviously, Templar staff, I believe, and is looking to be very good. And yeah, Fearless is looking very strong with that Bites and Luke Foz combo so far.
Yeah, Luke Foz, very strong player, very good captain, I believe, as well. So that's going to be a good addition to the Fearless roster.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah. No more words for that. Luke Foz in ERS has absolutely bullied me around the field. So obviously, nothing but respect for that one. Now, Team Serene is Loifles. Loifles?
Very good pick. Won Challenger last season, I believe. So that's going to be a strong addition to the team. I'm excited to see how this works out for Loif.
And then, Systema Solaris got Spence there, or as his name provides 5 pence, but we know him as Spence here. He's a very strong player. I believe he took a couple seasons out of ERS, and he's back now to rightfully claim his place as one of the best players in the tier. It's going to be very strong. And yeah, I mean, you can't complain, and I will not be stopping with the puns. It's embedded in my brain, unfortunately, so you have to deal with them here. I don't make the rules, okay? And Asterix has told me he's the best player, but Death Cloud have picked Skips, and we're not skipping this player here because the draft is moving really slowly again because of rate limiting. Any knowledge on this player? Because I don't actually know Skips, unfortunately.
Neither do I, but you guys remember the crisps, the prawn cocktail Skips? They were really nice.
They were really nice. I think they're on offer at my local shop for £1 a bag for the grab bags.
£1 a bag? Like that's pretty decent.
Ooh. And Papa Sparta's saying he barely won a game in Challenger last season. Ooh, interesting here. And Asterix, you're not getting in bed before midnight, unfortunately. We're here all night, all-nighter here for the RSC group as Illusory. Their illusions are coming in as Snow. You know the man, you know the name. The AGM, the co-owner of Azteca, He's in illusory. He's the AGM, and he's the keeper pick. As Azteca now, we're here for them, and this Matrix, the AGM, is the keeper pick, back-to-back keeper picks, and his name does say he is Garb. He is.
Matrix ain't Garb. Matrix to go, bro.
Nah, his name precedes it, so...
No, that's a solid pick for Azteca. Matrix is a very good player. He's going to be a good addition to the team. That's actually their first pick of rival as well in round 2, which is pretty crazy.
So, I mean, I did guess correctly that Azteca would have a double pick somewhere, and because of keeper picks on top, so you can't really. I mean, I'm just the all-knower. As Panthera, they send it to Sen at 16.25, and with Resist Jaguar, that's going to be a very strong pick.
That was crazy. Mal, get me out of here.
And Azteca with another keeper pick of the GM, Morv. A very good player, made the grand finals of the RSC Landemonium back in September. So you know the man, and he's very, very good at the game. And next is Symbiotes, as Asterix has pointed out. And who did he pick again? I reckon he picked himself there. I'm not too sure. I've got to guess the keeper pick is him. We'll have to see though, shall we?
It would make sense. Mal, let's see. Whenever you're ready.
Yeah, whenever Google Sheets is ready. Mal is
That's
not
true.
always.
Sorry, Mal. I'm blaming you a lot here, and that's just because
be nice. Yeah.
I'm nervous, you know.
Yeah, no. Got round 1, and it's somebody that I know very well. It's Calf, the GOAT at 1580. Undervalued, if you ask me. Somebody manually adjust him up because he is extremely good, and for a min CMV, you just can't complain. Wow.
Yeah. Vouch. Calf is so good, and for a CMV, absolute steal. The fact he didn't go in round 1, crazy.
Yeah, no, but honestly, round 2, I mean, Asterix must be glad that Calf's not gone, because this team now, Ryan, Asterix, Calf, that's looking, the balance is getting there, and it's looking dangerous. And I mean, next is DSQ. And will we have a DS cushion on this pick, or will it be swiftly breezed away? We'll have to wait and see.
Well, we'll wait and see. We'll see if Google lets us see.
Yeah, well, I mean, hopefully. As yes, we're moving on to DSQ, and it's Yo-Yo. And Yo-Yo has been embedded in that org. The man that brought me into RSC 8 seasons ago, and I can't even talk more about him because it's Braves pick now, and it's Ashbest 122 at 15.95.
Yeah, I not familiar with Ashbest, but maybe he's been to a tryout for Brave and he's been really good. So we'll see how that goes.
If they drafted him round 2, then he must be good, considering he's probably a round 4 or even a round 5 pick. I mean, he's round 5 pick because I'm a round 5 pick at that CMB, I believe. So you can't be complaining at all, can you, Hacky?
No, absolutely not. Great MMR, great price. So we'll see how that goes for them.
Yeah, and next is Sanctuary, and it's White Sea at 15.90, and that's a very, very good pick as well. I've heard of White Sea's name floating around a few times, so you really can't complain at that, can you? And Sanctuary, they've got a double pick coming up soon, I believe, as round 2 summary is out. Any standout players, any players that you think they should have been gone sooner than round 2, Hecky?
Yeah, I know he's a keeper, but Snow, amazing player. He's quite high, so I think he's worth exactly the same V that he is, but still crazy player. He's a keeper pick. He couldn't have gone any earlier, but still very good player. Calf, as I said before, should go in round 1. He's crazy for the MMR.
Definitely.
So I'm really, really excited to see how that works out for Symbiotes.
I mean, yeah, me too. I hope that team can form a chemistry quickly, because I mean, like, you just can't complain. Like, Calf, strongest player, and then obviously you've got the Matrix Morph combination, in rival two good players, but they're extremely high CMV. It sort of makes me worry about how they're going to fit that in, because obviously with their CMVs, you have to have a couple really, really low players here. But I mean, I'm looking at Luke Foz for Fearless, and then I mean, Mox at pick 26. I'm surprised Mox didn't go round one. Very, very strong picks.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Some very, very solid round 2 picks here. And I'm very excited to see how round 3 goes for us.
No, definitely. As we're now here, we've just seen, obviously, White Sea getting picked at the pick 40, and then on the swinging clock, you get pick 41 with Sanctuary as well. And who have they picked? Dumbass goalkeeper. And I'm saying the name, and that's 1580 at the minimum. So, any knowledge on this?
He's a goalkeeper, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, resident third man of Sanctuary here. Don't really know the player, so I don't really know what to say.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Head empty. No thoughts for me and Hecky here, but Brave, DSQ, and Green Phoenix coming up. And Hecky, I've got a question for you. Next season, obviously, we go to the ERS format for the new year. Can we expect to see Emma Esports making a return?
Listen, I spoke to the admins.
Yeah?
I tried to get it. They don't want it.
Man.
So,
But the people want it, Hecky.
the people want it. Yeah, admins, the people want it.
Somebody that I know very well, one of my closest friends, and honestly should have been gone in round 1. So upset that I couldn't draft him. It's Finchy for Brave, and that's an extremely strong pick. And coming back to it, at pick 43, another strong pick if you ask me. It's Rox.
Yeah, Rox. Amazing player, solid player. Rhymes with Mox, which is pretty cool. So that's going to be
That's true.
That's going to be a good one for DSQ.
Rox Mox stream is gone. That is true. Perhaps part of the Rox Mox stream is gone, but the Rox Yo-Yo dream is not gone, and they can work it out together, hopefully. And I mean, hopefully they work out well. And Green Phoenix Alpha Surge next. Green Phoenix taking Tapai, and that's a name I know. That's a name, very, very established name as well. A name that's feared, I believe. It's a strong pick. And Hecky, what do you know about Tapai?
I'll be real. I know the name. Nothing. I don't really know the player or the gameplay. But you seem excited, so I'm excited.
And this pick is not a far away, as it's not a far getting picked. But who is he? If he's not a far, who is he? Do you think
he's a close?
He's a close. The pick is close. As a far has been picked close to round 3.
Yeah, I've seen his name in general a few times. I've not really seen his gameplay, but seems like a cool guy. So,
ooh, people in chat saying GOAT duo. So Red RL and It's Not a Far. They're a duo, Hecky, and maybe they can work their magic on the freeze field with Alpha Surge.
Maybe.
And Hazard is next on the picking list for Panthera. Hazard, resident streamer for a few things that I've been in production for. Hazard, very good. His 6 monitors is going to glide him to victory here. Hopefully. Can he see enough with his 6 monitor setup? We don't know.
Maybe.
We'll have to wait. It's Might of Hades. Rev. XNZ. Any knowledge on this player, Hecky? Because I'm sort of brainless right now.
The name definitely rings a bell here, but I cannot recall the gameplay. So I'm excited to see what they can bring and show us.
Yeah, I mean, Terry and Cynics, the high players. You've now got Rev at the low players, and yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting. So next, Illusory. They're not being illused by the draft order. Their next pick coming in sharp, coming in close. And it's Axlos! The man, the myth, the legend, and somebody that I've always had troubles with. He always just knows how to beat me whenever we play against each other. He's a GOAT, and everybody knows him. Ex-GM of Forg, and he's with Illusory. And Team Serene on just so quickly, and it's Sam Dusk.
Yeah, both good players, Outcross and Sam. So they're going to be really good additions to their team, and we'll see how that cooks in the season.
Yeah, must cook. Must have to cook. Obviously, you've got obviously Team Serene. This roster so far is looking very scary, and they've picked quite a lot of low players considering that its boundary is pretty high. So they're going to have to make things work. They get their high players. They're going to have to bank and hope that their lower players are good enough to really play these teams that have got 1, 2 higher CMV players. But Symbiotes next in the line is Jack Dunn. Do you think he's done, Hecky?
I think Jack is just getting started, Maisie.
I will hope so, because he's been drafted to Symbiotes. Next is Fearless. And it's Ark. Not to be confused with Archaon, our head manager. It's just Ark.
Just Ark. I recall the name, but no, I don't think I do. But I feel like he's going to do really good for the team. So let's see what happens, I guess.
Yeah, must be a team player. And Chronix. Is that Chronix Masters? Can you confirm that for me in the chat?
It's not Arconix. Arconix is in Challenger.
Chronix is in Challenger. So is it?
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure. There's so many people that have ARC and it's Archie RL in chat. It's been popping up a few times. But Death Cloud, and it's somebody that helped Vulpes out during trials. This Stealthy Wolf, a very, very strong pick, an OG caster in the Rocket League scene. But moving on immediately, the rate limiting's clearing up. We've had 3 on the trot. It's Borsville at 1580.
Yeah, amazing player. Great pick by Legend Mania. He's always been in Challenger, so I'm excited to see how he does in Rival. And without Bites as well, they've always been a little duo, so it's going to be interesting to see how it goes.
Yeah, no, it will be interesting. I mean, I'm interested to see our next pick, my franchise's next pick, round 3. I've got an idea. I'm not trying to give anything away, but I've got a little inkling. I know who's on the chopping block next, but next picks after Vulpes 20R, Systema, Solaris, and Fort Templar. Next up on the chopping block, it's Vulpes, and it's our AGM, it's Maui. A strong player, and I've got no time to talk about Maui, because it's 20R, and it's Bailey, 1665. Wow.
What a roller coaster.
And now we're rate limited again. Never mind, we're back, and it's Systema Solaris now, and it's Lukash.
Lucas, what a great player. Nice low MMR as well.
Yeah, that low MMR can work well with Sasuke's max CMV, and obviously we're seeing a picture painted here, so we're back to the rate limiting again, once again, unfortunately. We had 3 on the trot, Hecky. I think that's our record so far.
Yeah. Three's a good number.
Fort Templar, followed by Shadow and Fort Templar. They pick Deddy at 1640, and then I recognise, but I don't know.
Yeah, I recall the gameplay. I think he's been in Elite the last few seasons. So it's going to be cool to see how he does in Rival.
And it's Nuxie coming off of Shadow's 1630. And oh my god, we're seeing Forg. Forg is stuffed between Azteca here. We've got an Azteca, 2 Forgs, and then an Azteca pick for the end of picks, for the end of round 3 and the start of round 4.
Yeah, Noopsy, a name I don't remember or know too much of.
I believe it's been in a couple seasons now, but I don't quite remember. I don't quite remember how that's looking.
That Azteca Forge alignment looks very satisfying.
It does, to be fair. You're not wrong at all.
Not anymore.
that little matching is yep, and it's now Beefcake.
Yeah.
And a very, very strong player, a very good player. He's been in RSC for God knows how long now. But 1595, that's a CMV you can't grumble at to pair up with the really two high picks of the keepers. So
Yeah, as a demo main, Beefcake's going to be a really good player for them. A solid second man sort of guy. Demoing the first man so that his first man can get a nice little demo going on. It's going to be interesting to see how this plays out with his teammates.
Yeah, no, it's going to be very, very interesting. And I mean, these two Frog picks coming off of, these 4 picks coming off of round 4, coming off of round 3 to round 4. Obviously, they're arching like the pendulum of a clock. You get Azteca, you get both Forgs, and then you get Azteca again. But who could have guessed? Wolfie and Keza has picked Jambi.
What?
Who could have guessed? What? Who would have guessed?
What? They picked Jambi? What?
What?
How did that happen?
Jambi's been picked? How's that happened? Must
How
be a
the
mistake
hell?
on the back end.
Must be.
But round 3 summary. Any surprises? Any names you want to bring up and just expand upon and talk about a little bit more, Vicky?
Axlos, very good player, very well known. I'm surprised he didn't go in round 2. But round 3 is fair. Let's see. Bailey, another name, very good player. Could have gone in round 2, but again 3 is fairly fair. And Jambi at the very end of round 3, a solid player, solid vibes. So that's going to be a good addition for Forge.
I mean, yeah, the person that I'm going to be talking about here, the person that I'm centering, is that brave pick of Vinci. Extremely strong player, very good at Pokemon as well, might I mention, but also just an all-around good player. Keyboard and mouse warrior, can still be mechanical, can play passive, can play aggressive, just all around. For 1645 and to be just barely snuck in rival, you can't complain.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So far, very good draft for everybody in rival by the looks of it. Everybody's getting some really good players.
I mean, yeah, it's Finchie. I don't appreciate the slander in chat. This isn't very nice of you. So, and now we've just seen the pick 60 and Jambi's name appearing again as the 1580 pick. Must be strong, and it's going to be strong for that team, hopefully. As now going into the next pick, and it's Toe! Somebody we both know. Would you like to expand upon about the pick for Toe?
Yeah, Toe's he's a mechanical player. He's a first man player. So it's going to be good to see how he works with his current teammates. Maybe a clash with Jambi in terms of play style, but I'm excited to see if that cooks or not.
I mean, yeah, I had Toe in ERS last season playing with him, and he's a pretty good pick. So I mean, like, obviously can be mechanical, can be passive as again, definitely a mechanical-esque player. So can't complain really. As Azteca, Dan, another Dan.
There's so many Dans, but this Dan is a good Dan. So.
Is it a good Dan? I can't really differentiate the Dan's a shadow. Mars on Earth. Mars on Earth. I don't think Mars is on Earth. I don't think we'd be here if Mars was on Earth right now. But let's see if Mars on Earth can perform up to rival standards. And I believe that's a new player, so I don't recommend that name. I don't recall that name ever.
No, I don't recall the name either, so it's going to be interesting to see how they do on the already very strong Shadow roster.
Yeah, but it's going to fit nicely as well with this. You've got the 1580, the 95, the 1630, and the 1650 so far, but obviously still got multiple rounds left to go as I believe the rate limiting is kicked in. Never mind, the rate limiting hasn't kicked in again as it's Fort Templar picking Chronic up at 1600. A name I know and a name I've seen floating around as a pretty good player. So, hopefully that goes well.
Yeah, Chronic is a name I'm rather familiar with. I remember him in a few tryouts. Solid player.
Very solid player, in my opinion. I can't complain of it. Is Alpha Surge picks out Colo, a 1640 Heki. Is that a name you recognise? Because that's a name I don't recognise.
I do not recall the name Colo. 1640 MMR, so the higher end of the tier. It's going to be interesting to see how that cooks up for them. So let's see how we do.
Yeah, no, but with It's Not a Far and with Red RL, that duo, can Colo fit in? That's two high players now. Two very high players, and I mean, obviously, we're now moving towards 20R, Vulpes and Legend Mania, and Deathcloud Esports in the future. But I mean, for round 4, there's still some high baller players being picked out in 20R. Panda himself, that's a name I don't recognise. I only know a few pandas, and this isn't one of them that I know. But 1580, that min CMV, is looking strong.
Yeah. Shout out to Small Panda if you're here. My go. But Panda himself, another go to Panda. So we'll see how that chefs up.
Yeah, so see what they can chef up being the min sub of this roster so far with such high players of Bailey and I mean I can't see him, but I know he's 1635, but I still can't see him. But Vulpes, and it's no shock in the world. It's our GM. It's Avelios and Head Mod, definitely the smelliest person in the server. Probably one of the just smells a bit really. But moving on to Legend Mania, it's Kiki at 1620.
Yeah, Kiki, a name I don't recall, but 1620, kind of the higher mid end of rival. So it's going to be again interesting to see what goes on with this one.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, there's high-end players. You're going to have to think, are they going to be kept? Because there's 3 high players that might not fit into caps this season. I mean, obviously, it just depends on how it goes for the rest of the season for them. If he makes a standout effort, Tiki could take Avi or Tomo spot.
Ooh, much power to Deathcloud Esports. That's good.
Ooh.
That's another solid pick. 1600,
Yes.
kind of lower mid end of rival. I'm generally interested to see how that goes.
Yeah, me too. Like that 1600, you're nearly at the midpoint of that tier, so you're going to have to put a performance in if you're going to be kept. But Swaces, that's a name I remember. It's a name I recollect from casting, probably. But at 1585 on the very, very low end of rival, will you be the star sub, or is that going to be going to Luke Foss? We'll have to see, shall we?
I got a vouch Swaces here. Did some tryouts with him this season. Absolute goat. Absolute pleasure to be around. So if you're watching Swaces, my goat.
And if you're watching Swaces, you owe Finchy pints apparently, so pay up. Pay up. As we've got Systema Solaris coming in for the next pick, followed by Team Serene in the latter half. Systema Solaris. We get Yoris 7 at 1605. That's a player that's been around and has been around for a while. Heki, what do you know about Yoris?
Yoris was actually on one of my rosters in Ox maybe 4 seasons ago. I believe he was our sub in Rival, and he did really, really good whenever he came on. So it's been a few seasons since I've seen him play. I'm excited to see what's gonna happen here.
Yeah, no, me too. I'm very excited to see it too. Obviously, Ox being one of the longest-standing franchises that I miss to this day. I remember when you drafted me in Season 7 to Challenger, Heki. Oh, that time ago. That
was the worst Challenger season of all time. Yeah, I remember.
It was not a good
It was terrible.
It was absolutely shambolic from us. I don't think we won a singular. I think we might have drew 2 games, and I don't think we won a singular one. But let's hope Team Serene don't have. Let's hope that we won one. But Meaty Pig 999, the GM, and I still miss. I mean, Meaty Pig, a very strong player, but illusory. And it's Mac 2322, Big Mac and Fries, I believe that is a strong player. And at 1580, you can't complain.
No, definitely not. Low CMV, good player. That's all you need in a player, really. But
Mac a long time ago. And yes, Grizz, you was on that. You was on the Chally team. We came together when I was called Mux. And yeah, no, that was a season of all time. And then obviously, very, very, very interesting. And obviously, now onto the latter half. Might have Haley's pick Sabaji. Full stop. 15.
I would say Savage.
Could be Savagey, because he might be savage on the field at 1580. A good pick. But Pile of Dodge for 1580. I remember Pile of Dodge on Fort Templar last RSC season, or ERS season, one of the two. Very strong players. We head into our last 5 picks of rival.
I'm very excited to see who's going to come up here. There's a lot of really good players that haven't been shown yet. So let's see if they show up.
I mean, I hope they show up, because if they don't, then we've done something wrong with the draft, Hecky, because everybody...
Well, they could show up tomorrow.
Well, if they should all at least... Well, I mean, if they don't show up today, then it's all right. They can show up tomorrow.
Exactly.
There was always a second day. But
There is always
there's not a second day. We need the pick now. We need Green Phoenix's pick.
Good luck.
Zulace Chen. Thank you, Haki. Zulace Chen? Zula Chen? I don't know. 15.
I think that was a good one. Zulesha Chen.
Yeah, Zulesha Chen. And moving on to Symbiosis Aaron. So much easier, so much simpler. Who is Zulesha Chen? And who is Aaron? I don't know who Aaron is.
I don't know, but I like the name. It's nice and easy, nice and simple. Everyone, be like Aaron.
Yes, be like Aaron. And Buddha, TG Buddha Phone, knows who's Zula. Yes,
He knows them both.
Yes,
So
he knows them both. So yeah, if only we had a Buddha here to give us some more information.
yeah, Buddha, get in the
Sadly,
booth with us. Come on.
I only know the CMB 1590. I don't think that's your dad peak, personally, but we'll go for Rev 1660. Better rev up those engines, because you are their top player, and you should be getting kept by DSQ. Don't look at me like that. Hecky is pick 79. We're flying to the end of rival, and my scopes are set on scoped at 1580.
Get me out, Mal. Get me out, please.
Oh, yes. Scoped at 1580. I don't know who Scoped is, to be honest. So my scopes might have been misaligned. And now,
No, I don't recall the name.
left. You can survive this last pick, right, Hecky? Sure. One.
If you don't give me a pun, we'll be good. Well, the chat probably wants a pun, so.
The chat wants a pun. I know Pegasus is raring for a pun here. Pegasus, a pig 80, and it's Ty Deer. Don't be the deer in headlights and don't get yourself cut. You are the last pick of round 4 for Ty Deeringly here, as we have found our way to the end of day 1 rival. Let's get a recap on screen here so we can see if there's any names that stand out to us. And I mean, yeah, round 4. Any names that show off as particular to you, Hecky?
As I said before, Swayze's absolute goat. He could have gone in the first 2 rounds easily. For his CMV, for like pretty low minimum sub, he could be main roster and the carry player of any roster that he's on. He's so crazy. Pile of Dodge, amazing third man. So that's going to be a really good pick for Panthera. Toe, again, amazing guy, amazing player, and I'm excited. I'm excited to see how that's going to work out for Fudge.
Hopefully, it works out well for them. For me, the only person that I really know what to talk about is Mac. Mac is a very strong player, so like it's pretty good. And then obviously you've got Toe, like you said, Toe Team Devon. He's a very strong player. Don't mind and Toe's playstyle didn't match. We sometimes made it work, that's for sure. But I mean, you can't complain, and obviously you're gonna have to see. But we are going to take a short break while we get casters swapped around and to give poor Mal a little break from producing. We'll see you in 5 or 10 minutes.
Do you believe me that I'm a lonely soul? Would you love me? I've been searching, always wanted more. Can you hear me? Do you believe me that I'm a lonely soul? Would you love me? I've been searching, always
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the RSC14 draft. We've been through Master, we've been through Elite, and we've been through Rival. We are now here at Challenger to go through 80 names, see who has been chosen at this moment in time. And we do have the Malcam in the middle again, and Hecky above me, who has stuck around for some time now. Hello, Hecky.
Hello, your name is still Maisie, but that's fine. Hello, Maisie.
Yeah, I'm not Maisie. I'm definitely not Maisie. I'm Doromus, but that should be fine. You don't need to worry about me. Let's hopefully get this Challenger stream underway. And the first pick then, Alpha Surge goes to Butter 1555. A nice strong pick to start us off then, Hecky.
Yeah, Butter, the amazing COD player, and now he's coming back to Rocket League. So let's see if that skill can come through to his gameplay.
Now, hopefully, we do not get significantly rate limited here. As pick number 2 by Sanctuary, straight away we have Starman Bozo. That is a familiar name.
Yep, that is actually Jambi's brother. If you remember Jambi from Rival a few moments ago, he's again an amazing player. So that's going to be a really good pick for Sanctuary.
Pick number 3 then, Panthera Esports, and we have Gecko, another familiar name down here at Challenger, 1575 CMV.
Yeah, absolutely solid player, Gecko. He's gonna rip through every opponent he has. Panthera has done a really good job of getting him so early.
Now, Illusory, of course, taking the mick out of earlier for pronouncing this incorrectly. We do have Crim Killer, 1520, their first pick number 4. Any information on this guy, Hecky?
Not overly familiar. Did a few tryouts with him, and he did really good. So I think that's going to be a really good pick for Illusory. And again, excited to see how that goes.
Pick number 5 then, Systema Solaris. We have KB at 1475. KB stands for...
Kilobytes, I suppose.
Sound, we'll go with that one. We will
KB.
go with that one.
KB, solid player. Good pick for Systema.
Pick number 6 then, Fearless Esports. We have... Archeon, very familiar name, of course. I wonder who this guy is. Everybody knows who this man is.
Never heard of him. No name. Don't ban me, Ark. I'm sorry.
Legend Mania pick number 7. It is Beeping Sheep, 1570 CMV.
Yeah, Beeping Sheep, a name I'm very familiar with. Played against him many times. Always a pain in the ass to play against because he's a very good player. The Runners.
That's good to hear. Pick number 8 will be brought to you by Aztec Esports, and it is Kendo at 1560. Kendo, I feel another familiar name.
Yeah, Kendo's been around for a while. He's been on a few staff committees, so that's going to be interesting. See, maybe he wants to be captain. Bring over that that skill that he has.
Pick number 9, 20R. We have MJD 1430.
What do we think MJD stands for, Doromus? Michael Jordan dancing.
I'm not, Michael Jordan dancing. Yep, sure. Team Serene. Pick number 10, Acmo 1540.
Yeah, Acmo's a solid player for his CMV as well. He's really good. That's a steal for Team Serene.
As we approach half 10 year British time, pick number 11, round the corner, it will be Might of Hades. And the name of choice will be Redrun. Shameless plug in the name as well, 1575 Hecky.
Yeah, don't go over to his channel because we need your views. But solid player. So Matt Hades did a great job there.
Green Phoenix then, pick number 12. And it is Senko, 1495.
Yeah, a name I'm not overly familiar with. So I'm excited to see how he does in league play.
Pick number 13 then, DSQ Esports, and we have Small, 1530 Hecky.
Yeah, sadly another, I believe, a new player, so not really had his time in the limelight. Maybe he can show us what he's made of over the next few weeks.
Must have done well in the tryouts. As we move quickly to pick number 14 for Velpers Esports, and we have Vortex Blade, 1540.
Vortex Blade. Again, I believe a new player. I believe I've seen him in a few tryouts. Definitely pulled his weight. Definitely a good player. So that's going to be a nice early pick for Vulpes. So let's see if they know what they're doing with that one.
Definitely so. Pick number 15 going to the way of Forge. I'm rolling through these nice and quick now. Not so juicy Skep, 1510 on the board. Hell of a name as well.
Maybe he is juicy and he's trying to get behind us a little bit, you know.
A sneak under the radar sort of thing as symbiotes. Oh, very familiar name indeed, Mash 5060.
Yeah, Mash my goat. He's been to the UK a few times. We've met a few times. He's slept on my sleeping bag a few times, and he's always been a pleasure to be around, and he's always been a pleasure to play against. So that's going to be a good pick for symbiotes.
Full Templar coming up next, and we have Moxie, 1575.
Yeah, I've seen Moxie in chat throughout the stream, so he's going to be happy to see his name here. Yeah, and it's a good franchise to be with. Full Templar know what they're doing. So
Coming up, Brave Esports, and the name in question will be Subi 013.2, 1560.
Yeah, I wonder what that 0.13.2 correlates with.
It's probably his version number. He's probably a bot. No, not in that regard. No. You know,
that's crazy.
It's a highly improved version of themselves. You know. As we move on to Death Cloud Esports, I'm trying to dig myself out of that one. We have Azza2, 1545.
Yeah, Azza2, amazing player. Played against him last season, I believe, and Nightmares play against. He's crazy good. So the fact that he's gone this late into round one is pretty wild. Death Cloud did a good job of getting him in there.
And to round up the first part of the 80, pick number 20, Shadow Esports, we have Mr. Efficiency, who is a keeper, 1560.
Yeah, Mr. Efficiency, goated player. So that's I mean, they didn't have much choice, but solid keeper.
Let's see. First 20 names, we've got a couple of new blokes in there as well. But plenty of familiar faces in this Challenger League.
Yeah, I think Buddha's going to do really, really good this season. I did a few tryouts with him. He's a bit hard on himself sometimes, but I think he's really going to shine in league play.
I feel like that's good in a player, though. You know, well, obviously not too hard on yourself, but to be hard on yourself, that's how you improve at the end of the day. You're going to find those little nitpicks. So it'll be nice to see how Buddha gets on in this season.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So that's going to be really good. But we're going to start round 2 now, I believe, the rules.
Indeed, round 2 and pick number 21 will go the way of Shadow Esports, and it will go the way of Mr. Full, 1460.
Yeah, Mr. Full, a very well-known name. He was one of the first coaches when RSC had a coaching committee. He was actually the head, I believe. So his knowledge is going to be very much appreciated on Shadow.
Moving quickly on to number 22. Alpha Surge with the pick. Thankfully not getting rate limited this time. Alpha Surge with the pick. It'll be Leroni1540.
Yeah, Leroni XGM. I cannot recall his franchise name. But again, solid player. I believe he was in Rival a couple of seasons ago. So to drop down is really going to show what he's made of.
Well, the drop down, maybe not a drop down in skill. It's just been one of those where you haven't been able to improve. Brave Esports pick number 23 goes the way of Frost, 1525.
Yeah, I believe that's Frost. It was on my franchise last season. Frostbet found his way into Challenger. So that's going to be exciting. He's a cool guy.
Cool guy. Frost. Bit of Frost. Love to see it. Fort Templar. Yeah. Pick number 24. Enzane 1490. And I'm seeing that shake of the head. Was that Frost pun not intentional?
It was not, but I will absolutely take it, the rings. Enzane, a player I'm not overly familiar with here. So that's going to be exciting to see what happens here for Fort Templar.
See Moxie being the first pick there. Pick number 25 then. Panthera Esports. Hopefully we'll get that coming to you at the quick pace that we've been going, and we do. Panthera Esports now will have Raids 1480 alongside Gecko.
Yeah, Raids and Gecko is going to be a deadly duo. That's going to be, as a challenger player, that scares me. Kills me to the bone. That is a solid duo, and that's going to be crazy to see.
Well, we can only wait and see, Hecky, because these drafts aren't exactly finalised, are they? You may see changes and turns over the next couple of weeks as well. But pick number 26 is the way of Forge and Hunter Sam 1530.
Oh, Hunter Sam, my absolute goat. We've been close friends for a few seasons now. We've always helped each other in draft and whatnot. So I'm excited to see how this place for Forge works out for him.
It's been screamed by Maisie in the chat. Apologies if it is too loud. I'll tone it down a little bit. Pick number 27 coming your way shortly. I'm sure it wasn't that close to my mouth. Okay, it really was bothering. Pick number 27, Vulpus Esports. 2 blue, Luke 2, 1505.
Yeah, 2 blue, Luke 2, very solid player for his CMV. That's going to be really exciting to see how that goes. Came across me ranked a while ago, absolutely thrashed me. So, I'm excited.
Just have to wait and see. Pick number 28, Fearless Esports. And we have Killer Goose, 1535.
Killer Goose the GOAT. Great pick from Masters here. Killer Goose has been around for a little while now, becoming a household name in RSC. So again, we'll see what league play brings to him.
Yeah, he'd be playing alongside Archeon by the looks of things.
Yeah, it's going to be a good year.
Pick number 29, Deathcloud Esports will have Quabi 1450, and he'll be playing alongside Azza 2.
Quabi is a name that I know of, but the gameplay I don't recall too much of. I believe I've seen a name in a tryout, and I cannot recall whether it was good or mediocre. But
right then, pick number 30, and that goes the way of Might of Hades, and who's it going to be? It's going to be Potter 1490.
Absolute
the
household name. Yeah, we can make a few magician comments here, but we ain't gonna. We're better than that.
Wait. We're sensible human beings. Pick number 31, Team Serene. Alongside Akmo will be Max C.
Yeah, I've had Max C on my team one time. Solid player. So with Akmo, that's going to be a really good duo. He's teamed with Hunter Sam for most of his RSC career. So it's going to be interesting to see how they go against each other.
Pick number 32, 20R. We have Saltzkegger 1545.
Yeah.
Salzkegger.
Yeah,
Not
again.
as much tongue twister as I made it out to be.
Yeah, no, it's quite simple to break it down, you know. Salt kegger. But yeah, solid player. Very good pick for 20 out there.
And for Sanctuary, pick number 33 will be AR 1460.
AR, unless that's Aya with the rebrand. I'm not too familiar with who this player is.
Again, I'm trying to think of something funny to put A and R together, but I'm just not quick enough for that, Hecky.
Yeah, no, I couldn't think of anything either. But that brings us over to Legend Mania with Mythics.
Mythics 1545 alongside Beeping Sheep in 1570. So let's see what Mythics has to bring to the table.
Yeah, no, Mythics is a player that's been around for a long time. He's always been a good opponent to play against.
Illusory, pick number 35, we have Hunter RV, another familiar name for me, 1565.
Yeah, played against Hunter RV many times over the last few seasons. And again, he's always been really good. He's very good in the air. He controls the ball very well. So being like mid-ish in challenge is going to be quite good for him, I think.
Pick number 36 then, Green Phoenix, and who do they have? They have Gregor Bomber at 1555.
Gregor Bomber is not a name I'm familiar with, but he must have impressed the franchise management in tryouts to be picked in round 2. It's quite early.
Yeah, definitely so, alongside Senko as well. Pick number 37, DSQ Esports. They have Nations, which is a keeper, Heggy, 1535.
Yeah, the Scottish goat. He's been with DSQ for as long as I can remember. So it's good to see that he's still with them and still committed to the movement of DSQ.
Definitely so. And Symbiote will be coming up next, and it will be Astrizzle 2, another keeper.
Yeah. Asterix, he was GM for Symbiotes a few seasons ago, maybe 3 or 4. He's always been a really good GM. He's probably going to end up being captain of this roster, and he's going to be a really good captain. So he's going to guide the team well.
Apologies, Asterix. I probably should have picked up that was you. Aztec Esports, pick number 39 will be Shin, the keeper again. So back-to-back keepers here.
Yeah, Shin, my Korean goat. I love Shin with all of my heart. He's a good friend. So I like to see that he's doing well with his RSC path.
Hecky, is there no one you're not friends with? I feel like you play with them once, play with them a couple times. No. Pick number 40 and the final of this half. Systema Solaris will bring on Nick, 1560.
Yeah, Mitch, my Welsh goat. I love him.
That hurts my soul, Hecky. As a Welshman.
Hey, you're my Welsh goat too, bro. You're my Welsh goat too.
We'll give that to Nick. And yeah, so there is your rundown of round 2 summary. Any names that may surprise you there, Hecky?
Yeah, Potter. I said before he should have been going in round 1. He's crazy good for his MMR. Maxine, he's crazy good too. His ability to find assists and passes out of nowhere is beyond crazy for his CMV. Well, what about you, Doromus? Any names that you know that you think should have been higher or lower? Or
at this moment in time, obviously my unfortunate lack of knowledge, not being able to keep up with the league as of late, I can't really put some pinpoint on it. But you know, as time goes on, as I develop my knowledge throughout the league, we shall see how this goes throughout the season. You've seen plenty of me, I'm sure.
I hope so. There is again. Mitch, my Welsh goat.
Nick. Pick 41, Systema Solaris again with a double header, and we got Sensor 1545.
Yeah, Sensor, my ex-teammate. He's always he's always been good to me. You know, as a teammate, as a person, he's a cool guy. Really good at the game. The fact he's gone in round 3 is crazy. Should have been gone in round 1 or 2.
For Templar with the next pick then, pick number 42. Third pick for them, and it will be Panic 1505.
Yeah, Panic the GOAT. He's had a few seasons off, I believe, but it's really, really good to see him back. I'm excited to see how he works with his teammates.
Hopefully we won't see him panic in the upcoming season.
No,
Apologies. Number 43, Pantera Esports have a Quarantra 1505.
Yeah, Coentra, again, crazy guy, been around for a few seasons, so that's going to be really huge for Panthera, the fact they got him so late into draft.
Number 44 will go the way of Fearless Esports, and we shall see what they will bring to the table here for their third pick alongside Killagoose and Archeon. It will be Matt Blue 1430.
That's a really good pick. He's like really quite low in challenger, which doesn't necessarily mean he's a bad player. So that's going to be really exciting to see how that works out for Fearless. I think Masters has done really good here for challenging.
Looks like quite a strong team as well, Fearless Esports, by the looks of things as it stands. So it'll be nice to see how they get on. Pick number 45, Green Phoenix, will go to Specs for 1430.
Yeah, Specs, otherwise known as Specky. He is the GOAT. I believe minimum CMV in Challenger. I believe he was promoted from Prospect. So that's going to be maybe the 4th man of the roster, maybe to get some experience. I'm excited to see if he can peak there.
Yeah, 1430 is it is. I'm pretty sure it is the boundary for Challenger. As we move on to Illusory, pick number 46. Move on quickly. We have Maro DK 1490.
Yeah, Maro DK has been around for many seasons now. Become a household name in RSC in Prospect and Challenger. So that's going to be a really good pick for Illusory there. It's quite exciting.
Yeah, definitely a name I remember as well, and he will be alongside Hunter RV and Crim Killer. Round 3, pick number 47, Legend Mania, back up it again, and it's King Jammy 1535.
Not a name I'm familiar with, but he's been picked in round 3, so he's obviously impressed the Legend Mania staff in those tryouts.
So, Aztec Esports, third pick will be Venny 1470.
Yeah. Venny the GOAT. I don't know whether many of you guys in chat were at the RSC LAN a while ago at the Red Bull Arena. He was there with his cool little beanie on. That was a vibey beanie. So we could see that Azteca brought him on with that.
So that's Azteca out of the way. Number 4920R will be going to SPN Jason 1500, maybe alongside Salt Skegger and MJD.
Yeah, SPN Jason's a name I've seen. I saw him, I believe, in season 10 or 11. Haven't seen the name since.
I think so. So he's definitely a returner, because I remember being around there, and I think I've definitely seen an SPN Jason. We could be chatting absolute waffle as well, though. I'm not entirely sure. But we'll have to see what he brings to the table this time round. Pick number 50, Team Serene, and that will go to Banana 1 Banan 1445. That was a pleasure to roll off the tongue there.
You sounded like a minion, brother.
Banana 1 Banan.
But not a name I'm familiar with, so I can't speak too much about it.
Might of Hades, pick number 51, it will be Abdul Koda.
Abdul is the absolute GOAT. He was my Prospect player a few seasons ago. He won Prospect for me with a flip reset in game 4 or 5. So that was really cool to see. It's amazing to see that it's still going stronger with the round 3 pick as well.
Round 3, pick 52, symbiotes. We have Pete, 1430, another low CMV player.
Yeah, Penta Pete does his Penta resets. Absolute goat. We pretend to beef in general a lot, but there's a lot of love involved in that, I believe.
Lots of love to Pete there. DSQ up next, and we have 53, and it is Jason Cami, 1430, again on the lower CMV side.
Yeah, again, an ex-player of mine, Jason Cami, did really, really well in Prospect. Then went to High Challenger, I believe. Again, played really, really good despite some questions. But great to see him still going. He's a really good player.
Pick number 54, Volpers Esports, and they have given us
Sixer. We'll go with that.
yeah. CS Extra 1520. He'll be alongside Vortex Blade, Blue Luke 2.
Yeah, solid player, solid teammates. That's going to be a very solid roster. That's very well drafted from Bullpez there. That's going to be really good to see.
Pick number 55, Forge, and who's it going to be? Of course, Hecky Gaming. There he is, the man with legend, 1495 CMV.
What? Terrible pick, Wolfie. You've gone in the bin with that one. Welcome home. Yeah,
Welcome
sure.
home. You have been adopted by Forge Symbiotes. Pick number 56, another popular name on the scene. It's SNM Peep.
Yeah, the absolute goat. Teamed with Sensor last season, I believe. Shame to see them split up, but solid player, solid guy. I'm excited for him.
I remember playing a couple of tryouts with him all the way back in season 10. It was a good laugh with him then. Sanctuary, pick number 57, GM667, new PC. Gotta clarify that he's got a new PC. He is a keeper.
Is that a flex or an excuse? I don't know.
No, that is a flex. It can't be an excuse. It's a new PC.
Yeah, solid guy, solid player. Excited to see how that works out.
Pick number 58, Brave Esports, and up it comes is a Chronix 96, 1470.
Arconix, my Icelandic goat. Teamed with him for many seasons. We got to planes together. We had a game 7 overtime together. It was the best days of my life, brother. He's the goat. He's the goat. On God, undisputed.
Undisputed goat by Haggy there. Round 3, pick number 59, as my voice is crying for help also, is going to be Death Cloud Esports, and it's going to be Owlify 1525.
Yeah, not a name I'm familiar with, the runners, but I feel like he's going to be the GOAT, you know. I know his name's Owl, but he's...
We say undisputed challenger champion on that paper, potentially.
Potentially.
Shadow Esports wrap up this third quarter. Pick number 60 will be Melty Crispy at 1455.
Yeah, I believe he spent most of his time in RSC and Prospect, so it's really good to see him not only be in Challenger but be fairly high up in the tier. So very well done, Melty. You've done really good there.
Yeah, it's nice to see the improvements as well. Increase in rank. It's always good to see Prospect move up to Challenger. Well, anyone move up to any league. But here is the summary then, 41 through to 60. And of course, the one to keep an eye on is this man up here, right above me. I want to see performances. I want to see performances.
No, Wolfie made a mistake. I'm terrible, brother. But Senso in round 3 is pretty crazy to me. As I know him personally, I feel like he should have gone in round 1 fairly early too. So that's pretty cool to see. Where are we? Abdul Koda, he's the GOAT. He could have gone in round 2 fairly easy too. Pete, he hits Penta resets. What? How's he so low in Challenger? He's crazy. Arconix, he's the the greatest of all time. Should have been gone in round one, pick one. But Brave Esports had a crazy steal with that one.
Yeah, it was. There's so many familiar names there. Obviously with Peep as well, going up from Prospect to Challenger. I can't remember when he did that jump, but we will move now into the final quarter here. Things moving nice and swiftly. 61. Panthera Esports has High Viz at 14:30.
Yeah, High Viz again, a staple in Prospect. It's great to see that he's moved up again. So go High Viz, he's great. It's good to see.
Pick number 62 from Death Cloud Esports will be Celestial at 14:50. And alongside as a 2.
Yes, yeah, whatever you said. I don't really know the name too well.
I read it as Celestial. Pick number 63, MST 877 1525.
Yeah, I played with MST a few seasons ago in ERS. He's a really cool guy. He's a really good player. So I'm excited to see what he does for Brave here. Brave are really cooking up right now.
Yeah, definitely so. Looking at that lineup, Full Templar, pick number 64. You've got Voodoo at 14:35, alongside Panic, Enzane, and Moxie.
Okay, so I know I said Arconyx was the GOAT, but
immediately changed. No more GOAT status for you.
Now listen, Voodoo is crazy. He moved from South Africa to the UK a while ago, and I drafted him last RSC season, and since then we've been the best of friends. I'm so happy that he's been drafted. I could cry at the rose.
I want to see this long list of best friends, and I've definitely seen Voodoo before. But this list of best friends is getting ever and ever longer. Forge, pick number 65, Grizzly Bear, KB, 14:45.
Yeah, Grizzly Bear is the GOAT. He's he's a really good player. His teammate Hecky isn't great, but his other teammates are really good. So that's going to be a really good season for Grizz.
You're definitely making this GOAT status seem null and void, as everyone in Challenger is slowly becoming the GOAT. Green Phoenix, pick number 66, we'll go there. SNKZ at 15:60.
Yeah, Sinks.
Sinks.
I don't recall the name or the gameplay, but I'm excited to see what he brings to the Green Phoenix roster. The already very strong roster.
High rating as well, so that's 1,500 pluses in that roster already. And 67 Vulpes Esports, we have Flipip at 14.95.
Yeah, Flipip, great draft by Vulpes. I've seen Flipip in a few tryouts. He's going to do really, really well for his mid-tier CMV as well. It's going to be a really good pick for Vulpes. It's going to pay off.
See, but their average is quite high as well by the looks of it. DSQ Esports number 68, Butt Snorkeler 54, 14.75. You're not paying me to say that one again.
Yeah, I believe his in-game name is like Swifty something. Swifty 200 kg, I believe it was.
Heck, is he one of your goats? Is he one of your goats?
He's a new player. He's a new player, so he's not got good stats yet. But he's getting there.
Death Cloud Esports, and that is Jack the Mac, pick number 69. I've had many conversations with this man when I was captain of Illusory a while ago.
Yeah, JTM, ERS. I played with him maybe 3 seasons ago. Really good player, really good guy. So it's good to see him still going in RSC. And pick 69, nice.
Improving quite well. Nice. Improving quite well as well, up to 1,500. And pick number 70, Might of Hades, goes there. A Woof at 14.30.
A Woof is a name that's been around for a few seasons now. I believe he was in Prospect, maybe, but He's crazy good, especially for that MMR. He's minimum CMV. He's going to be really good for the team.
Well, we're coming down to the final 10 picks now. Pick number 71 will be round the corner, and it will be Team Serene, which will have that pick. And who will we have? We will have Oliver MH at 1465.
Oliver MH is a player that's gone under the radar a little bit. Everyone knows his name. Nobody really rates him, I guess, or not many people do. But he's always been a very solid player. So I'm glad to see that Team Serene has picked him up there.
Pick number 72, 20R, and that goes to Cozy, 1535. And you are click-clacking away at your keyboard there, Heggy.
Sorry, I was typing in the chat. Cozy is not a name I'm overly familiar with, but he's been drafted in the first day of draft, so he must have had a little thing going for him.
Definitely. So Aztec Esports, pick number 73, and that's going to Ghosty at 1430. Low cap CMV again.
Yeah, minimum CMV. Maybe the plan for him to be the fourth player, so he can really stack a top three roster they're going on. But
well, if you look at their top three roster, sorry to cut in there, Heg, you've got a 1560 so far, 1540, and a 1470. So this 1430 needs to drag that average down.
Yeah, maybe he's the man for it, you know.
Legend Mania, pick number 74 then, and that is Dammy, 1450.
Yeah, Dammy's been around for a little while now. Again, quite low. Maybe meant to be the fourth man, but he could definitely be the main roster material if he plays well.
Right then, pick number 75, go to Illusory. And we shall see who is drawn up here. We have Yak, it's 1440.
Yak is a new player, I believe. I don't know the name. I've not seen him in any tryouts. So we'll have to see what Illusory is cooking up here.
Could see some good performances by him. Keep an eye on some of the new boys entering in the Challenger. Quite a few of them this time round. Shadow Esports, pick number 76. The Deadly Dom is a keeper, 1495. I know this man.
Is he on your GOAT list, the rumours?
Sorry?
Is he on your GOAT list?
Yeah, go on then. Slap him up there. Pick number 77, Fearless Esports. Kincaid, also a keeper here for Fearless, 1500. Hecky, what have you got on this man?
Kincaid's been around for a long time. He's always been a really good player. He's a musician as well. So maybe Kincaid and Sim Henry, the two RSC musicians, can link up, make an RSC tune. But he's a really good player. So
final three, Alpha Surge, and this is going to Din, 1515, another very familiar name.
Yeah, Din's been around for a long time. He's always been very active in the community. Very big presence on the field as well. So it's good to see that he's been drafted by Alpha Surge tonight.
Final two, pick number 79, Sanctuary. Nexus, 1440.
Nexus is not a name I'm familiar with. Either new or came up from Prospect or down from Rival. I'm not very sure on that one.
And when I say last, of course, it's last of today. There is another day tomorrow where another 80 names will be checked. Just to clarify that, not to scare anyone off. Systema Solaris, pick number 80, and it will be Brooksy's Gaming. That's a name I also
another
know.
shameless.
Yeah. I know Brooks. I know Brooksy from somewhere. I can't remember where exactly. Honestly, can't put a pin on it right now. 1440. There he is in Challenger. That's right. Kyle knows who Brooksy is, and I remember Kyle talking to me about Brooksy. But this is 61 to 80 here for Challenger, and that is day one for Challenger completed. Hecky.
Yeah, some really good names in round 4. Voodoo, the GOAT. High-Vis, the GOAT. MST, the GOAT. Grizz, the GOAT. I could go on. I could give you 20 names. But I won't. But no, they're very, very solid players all around. It looks like all the GMs have had a really good draft. So I'm genuinely excited to see how everyone does in pre-season and in league play. It's going to be good for everybody, I believe.
Definitely so. So this has been the Challenger Draft Day 1. It's been a pleasure to be on this stream, and we shall be moving over to Prospect rather shortly. Cue the cutaway screen.
Smoking cigarettes with a blood stain in my fingernails, and I'm thinking, what a shame. Why today? And it won't stop with a headache, drinking alcohol to try and numb the pain, but I want to stay. But what good does it bring when I just wanna fix a life, a broken mind, so I can see the thoughts of my dying dream. Now I can't stop thinking about how we used to be, when our love was easy, but easy love don't come so free. Now I'm laid here thinking about what we would have been if I wasn't stupid, because now it's all a dream. But what good does it bring when I just wanna fix a life, a broken mind, so I can see the thoughts of my dying dream. Take care, I know that you're not happy in my life. Take care, I've heard you crying almost every night. Take care, you miss friends calls around 1,000 times. Take care, for your sake I hope this is over. Open your eyes and don't stay blinded by the lies you force upon yourself. Because
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to your RSC14. It is the draft here when we will be seeing Mal sort of kick it back and relax here. A man who knows quite a lot of joy and happiness. There is a man further in the background in terms of souls here. And with great delight here, it's not a bracket reset. We're doing an entire draft reset, unfortunately, everybody. So we're starting back from Masters, and all the GMs will have to start from the very beginning. Only joking, that's not happening, but Sir Pegasus has joined us here, and, well, first of all, how are you doing?
Oh, it has been a long day, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, I'm one of the franchise managers for Team Serene now, so it was a big, busy day, but now I'm here on stream at the end of the day, you know, doing what is my primary job alongside Daddy Boy, so I'm excited for this one.
Well, certainly so. It has been a long evening. We started roughly at 7:30. It is near enough 10 past 11 to be more accurate in the British time zone. But from the time zone to the maze itself, the crystal ball will be gazing to prospect for our final draft. 80 players will be picked up, and Solaris will be kicking it up, and it is Sheep 97. It's not Coxer 97, so that will be our first one today.
He's been at so many of my tryouts. He's an excellent player, and there's no real surprise here that he's round 1, pick 1. Systema Solaris already off to an amazing start here.
Certainly so. 20R following suit with Vibes, or Vibs, depending on how you would like to say it. But 1400 here, by any chance? Try it worthy, or was it a pick worthy?
I believe he actually was in one of my charts as well. Again, it's a strong play in prospect. There's such a big range. All these 1400 pluses. You want to get those good picks in, but equally, you want to get values for your 1300s as well. And I think Merits completely smashes that out the park.
Of course, Caster with an RSC2 will be a familiar name by many within it, but definitely Crispy Stones and Kieran for port number 4. Will be interesting to see how it goes. Dave, oh, God.
Dave the Rave 0692. Fantastic name. I hope his skill level matches the amount of letters in his name, because if so, Death Cloud made an excellent pickup.
If not, it's the numbers certainly matches the ELO. 692. We want to pick number 5 here. We did have Mizzy, the AGM of this one, and Pop the Sparta, apology, will be this one's here, 1370 here, so some big names here coming on.
Yeah, absolutely. This is another player. A lot of my tryouts are certainly on my list. Volts for a first pick. It's another one they've absolutely smashed. 1370, and I'd argue, even if his CMV was 50 higher, it'd be worth it, quite honestly.
Certainly so. M8A7, that's the motorway with the connecting junction. It is fearless picks for Masters and, of course, respectively so. But the Symbiotes will be looking towards that one. Archeon's former franchise himself, have they decided to pick something good?
Yeah, absolutely. M8A7, I think everyone in Prospect knew he'd be one of the higher picks, so no surprise there for 6. But now we go to number 7, and it's Polar. First pick here for Symbiotes, and it's an 1150. Not usually a strategy you're used to seeing for these first round picks.
Certainly not. I would say it's bold, but unless Polar is a sleeper-like pick in terms of the GSN, or sorry, the IMS or CMV, I should say more accurately here in RSC, has decided to maybe be a worthwhile here, but Brave Esports sticking back to the 1450 range. Raziller back within the charge, but Fort Templar, Mal maybe snuggling and looking with a bit of passion towards this list here. Which one would the likes of Friday and Dealands be picking for this particular franchise?
Oh, well, I'm very interested to see what it is. And Razor, I know he's a Gentlemates fan, so I hope he can play like a prime Gentlemates land player. But now on to Fort Templar. It is Fuzzy, a 1410. That's another standard pick here for round 1, 1410. Sorry, Strong, I actually haven't seen him at any of my tryouts, but I've actually heard good things.
Well, certainly so, but going from good to better. Illusionary, maybe slightly biased, played on in his franchise before. Rahu, who's been streaming the entirety of this on his respective channel, of course, the watch along, but Tootin, the former owner of ERS or IEL back in the day, just shy of the 1400 range, so not too shabby indeed. But Stingray, the man who runs the broadcast normally, what has he ended up picking here next?
Well, he's a player who has seen a lot of players in his time, both as a broadcaster and, of course, as a member of franchise management. And this time he's decided for round 1, pick 11. It's going to be, I want to say it's Aka or Arca. I'm not all too sure. But again, it's another player that I imagine has been picked for being excellent value.
Well, one player that looks like the end of the Scrabble rack. A few vowels might do some good here. But Legend Media is up next here. So next year we'll be looking in the form of that one there, and on our screens is somebody well below the 1400, 1299
Wow.
Exum, has been, mind you, a player beforehand, so not surprised that he has ended up in the first 20 though.
Yeah, this is a good pick of history. Like I said, like you said, even this is a player which has been recognised before. So seeing that they're at such a steal for 1290, I think they had to come in early for this one. That was definitely going to be a pick for another player if that came to it. But here, for Azteca, are we really surprised? It's Rawbean, 1425, an excellent player for prospect and one of the big names in the community as well.
Certainly so, and I just must retract a little bit of a statement there. Legend Media's pick actually was Wilkie being corrected onto that one. Thank you very much there from the AGM there. But DSQ here will be an extraction or not. Well, Finney there, I believe, has played before here, so a name that has finally been drawn out, 1300. Again, we're seeing this somewhat sort of spattering in terms of the CMV being from the high 14s down to 1300. This is the only tier where we've actually seen the lines of the colour, what we see on the spreadsheet, being knocked out fairly quickly here.
And if I look at my sheet here, you're going to see it go down quite a bit for that Shadow Esports next pick. Of course, we'll wait for that one to pop up on screen. But Finney, yeah, excellent choice there for DSQ. But here's the man himself. It's Veiled, and this is going to be a player that I think was on everyone's radar. He certainly was on ours. 1245, absolute steal. He played for Team Serene last ERS season. He's excellent. Way too good for that CMV, I'd say, and definitely a round 1 pick.
Well, funny enough, Team Serene and AGM sitting right here, but not getting the chance to call their first pick here. I wouldn't take that away from you. Have the honours.
Oh, thank you very much. And I'm honestly surprised he made it all the way to pick 16. This was a player we had on our list and said that our first round pick was too bad to be able to pick it up. By some miracle, we've managed to get Dreed. 1425, and he is worth every single penny. We picked an expensive player, and frankly, we were surprised we were even able to land him. Excellent player. Very chuffed with that.
Well, shocks and surprises conflict. The GM from Alpha Surge with his respective crew, Tom Basty, has been selected in R1425, has been picked on up. Big Chebs here with Andre and Spacey will be looking to maybe just find a player that they will be looking for. Will it be in R1400? I suspect based on so far the picks here, Pig, no would be the answer.
Yeah, it's been a really fun mix-up, and I think Prospect has been the only real tier to do this. Of course, it is one of the wider ranges in terms of inside the tier. Master probably being close to match that, but it's a 1265. It is GT Thunder for pick 18 and round 1 for Panthera Esports.
Well, can they bring the thunder? Well, that'd be certainly interesting. But DSQ, well, have you been hitting the beats? Nations had the option with his team here, second pick within the top 20, so a few trades has, of course, obviously occurred in terms of the options. So Finney is that they're charming the keeper pick, being, of course, an AGM there, but no relation to a potential singer there.
Oh, and they had done a little bit of trading around. You can see they got 2 picks there in round 1. It's going to be Finney and Char on the same team. Now, that makes more sense. They already had their 1400 plus player there. And we've got actually another keeper pick just to follow. Of course, it is Krezes here for Sanctuary, 1405. Always been a huge player. He's great in management. And even if he wasn't there, I'm sure he would be picked in this first or definitely high second round as well at a push.
Well, certainly so, but the summary of the top 20, the prospects there, the likes of Sheep, Vibs, Merits, the top 3 who has been picked up there, Dave Papa or Sparta as he had being the 5 respectively. So, but we do have an AGM who has been in the middle of the mix here. Dreed, the man you somewhat serenaded there, Pig. Happy with the pick, and from the rest of your competition of further afield here, is there a bean in the mix or will it sprout quite nicely?
Oh, there's quite a few players here that are definitely one to worry if they are in our conference. But of course, I do back Druid. I think all of my interests really go to players like Polar, players like Axiom that have that 1100, 1200 start at the beginning of their name, like Veiled as well, GT Thunder. Those are big picks to put in the first round, and I'm very interested to see how they perform. I'll definitely have my eyes on them.
Well, there's the first 20. Prospect will be seeing a brief appearance on the board itself here for Krezers, who has been, of course, the keeper pick for Sanctuary, but Team Serene, they will be up next here. And where have you gone with this one? And it's a revision of some kind. Neil, 1350 for the 21st pick here of the second round.
This is another player, been to a bunch of our tryouts, private ones included, him and Dreed, to get them on the same team, you know, another huge W, I'd say, for Team Serene. But of course, I might have just a little bit of bias.
Well, certainly so, but Forge will be looking to have some whoops and cheers of their own here. Wilfie is certainly not afraid of wins, but will they be picking up a winner here in the form of Edric 1400, another one sneaking on by, but Symbiotes coming up next here, followed by Sanctuary in that order.
Well, same name as a Brazilian prodigy in football. Let's see if it matches that in Rocket League as well. We'll have to see for the rest of the season. But teamed with Polar here for Symbiote. It's a man himself. It's Dambo. It's Neuronics with a 1295. And I'm sure everyone must know him by now. Excellent player. Good for his value yet again. And again, another former Team Serene boy and teammate of mine.
Sorry, who?
How very, very dare you. Look, the chat knows who Neuronics is. I know who Neuronics is. Ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to Sanctuary. And it is Aussie, 1360. I think he's actually typically a Sanctuary boy, so I don't think this is too surprising of a pickup. And, you know, this isn't just favoritism there. He is a fantastic player as well, and firmly deserving of that round 2 pick 24 spot.
Certainly so, and to be fair, we all know the man in question there, but Green Phoenix will be moving on shortly here. Aka from earlier was the original pick. Venom Aspect of 1350. They will have their second pick, but following that, Shadow and Forge again a double pick within the second round here. So they're looking to make some moves here, potentially in Prospect, or maybe a few trades from earlier has gone in their favour.
And teamed with Field, it is going to be C. Well, we saw someone with C in their name dominate in Prospect ERS, so we'll see if someone can do the exact same thing here in Prospect RSC. Of course, I am referencing White C, who was the MVP of that tier. But C, this isn't a player I have seen before, but teamed with Field, a 1245 and a 1350, they've got some space to work with there, and already I know that there's definitely a good player on that team.
Certainly so, and from that, Forge Wolfie has gone with very much Kidu. I believe it may be the pronunciation, some may be, of course, be able to correct me following so there, but Aztec following that there with Merv, and of course Marks and Shin as the respective AGMs there. It has been no surprise, of course, the 1400s being selected, so your CMVs will be following suit here, and 1270 with Break Boy going across here, so I believe that the Prospects may be the most challenging tier here, Pig, because there is that vast range and trying to fit under the cap here.
Yeah, absolutely. Prospect is all about value, and Azteca think that this 1270 is worth a lot more than that. Raw being very knowledgeable, he might have had some word in this. Morph Shin and Matrix on the team as well. I back them for that pick, and here we do have just E. E for Legend Mania.
Well, E being offered, we had Y earlier, we might have a few letters within the set, but Solaris coming up next to the halfway point of round 2 itself here. We are looking at the likes of a few dogs, maybe howling and barking, but it is Simdog himself. We did have a music master on the mix in the form of Moggy, and the elite tier, well, another man of similar qualities, a 1385 selected here, and Illusionary will be up next.
Yeah, Council of Sir player in RSC14, of course. That team made amazing things happen, and Simdog was a part of that, so a good pickup here for Prospect. And looking to follow in that pattern, it's Nakira for Illusory. This is another name I've heard of. He's just simply excellent, and paired with Teuton as well, I think Illusory are definitely going to be a team to look out for. But, of course, this is only the second round of picks.
For Templar, a section of the franchise, all administration, would be surprised if they follow suit. They have a legend within themselves, a broadcast legend and a man of many qualities, a gentleman and a scholar behind the scenes, and he's been actually quite quiet of late, but he has been significantly helping the broadcast tonight. And you may have noticed in terms of the speed itself here, the quickest man in terms of getting the caster crews to be quiet when the words bracket reset whispering down your ear. Doesn't like it, but we'll be certainly loving him on the pitch and of course within the community. But Brave Esports, we saw one keeper, but literally this time of round, of course, Kyle will be following suit here at 1370, joining of course Razor earlier. So there we have it.
And I'm happy that he's put himself in that playable role because he is a proper asset to his team here for Brave Esports. And actually, when we're on the topic of Brave Esports, our next pick will be for Might of Hades. But it's going to be a player here who's often representing that org we previously mentioned. It is Smokey Bear 182, 1150. He's actually excellent for that for that CMV as well. Again, another player that's been to a few of my trials. He's an excellent caster, an excellent guy. I mean, you can't miss with Smokey Bear.
Can't miss.
Won the Smokey Bear, of course.
No, he hasn't won anything.
Oh,
no.
Have some respect. Have some respect.
Respect me, I've got a green tag here, Pegasus, but you might want to respect the admin and one of the owners as well. Mutsy doesn't want the Smokey Bear. We will have to bow down to the man himself. Is Archeon ready to take battle in arms? Well, Fearless Esports, well, they've selected their man of the hour here, but we saw the AGM earlier from the fantastic in terms of Maisie. Has she had a few strings to pull on her next pick? That will be interesting to see.
Oh, certainly. And paired alongside Papa Sparta as well, looking to build something nice here of similar CMVs here, 1340 here for Scrupstar. This isn't a player, again, that I've seen much of, but when you look at that management of Elios, Maisie and Maui, I trust them to make those good picks. And again, this is prospects. This is all about value. It'll be interesting to watch him to see if he can exceed that.
Well, bit of an unknown quantity, but prospects always has that element of who and what and why. Deployed to follow the similar suits, but it's hard they go about it, and they have kept with the keeper. It is Stones, their AGM, respectively on their 37th pick of the second round, and in total, so 3 to go with Panthera, 20R, and Alpha Surge to round up our 40 in total.
And Stones, I feel like that's a lot of. That's a player a lot of people would have picked in the round 1 if he wasn't a keeper round 2 here. So that is a good keeper to have for them. But here for Panthera, it's another keeper. It's another admin. It is, of course, Andre, the man himself.
Not much to say regarding this man. He's very quiet behind the scenes. Does a lot of work as well too. Arguably efficient as well. But will he get the results? 39th pick, of course. There's minutes in terms of that one. A lot of letters. Not much making sense to myself here. But does a 1345. Could be a cheap pick with Vibs as well. Not too far as well. But the last and final pick of our second round.
Yeah, it's going to be Alpha Surge. Final pick, second round. Moving along, this is going to be a pick from Conflict and, of course, Phoenix. Paired alongside Tom Bass. It is, I want to say, Rezio here for 1325. And round 2, pick 40. I'm hoping that the management heading into this were very happy with that pick. I know how stressful it is to be the last one in a round.
Well, certainly so. But from the 21st to our 40... is the respective names on the door here. But Smokey Bear picked up, what's that we've been picked up? Andre, we talked about Stone Sauce as well. Oh. A lot of staff, a lot of names, but a lot of unknowns too.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to add on to that, Neuronics, Nakira, Stones as a keeper pick in round 2. Of course, Mitschuk as well. I think overall that was a very solid round 2. The GMs and AGMs have all done a very good job there. Of course, Meaty Pig 999 included.
Sorry, Meaty who?
Meaty Pig 999, the GOAT himself, Luke MD 99. He should probably be playing in this tier, to be fair, but he wouldn't get in over Neil.
Sorry, is there a tier below Prospect?
Oh, there should be. Bring back Academy. Add it to RSC. We got rid of Premier. Why not get Academy?
Well, rumour has it Premier was too good because Archeon kept winning it for 3 seasons straight. But officers, we saw their last pick up the 40th. The man who is doing extremely well. We must mention the fact he has lost a fair amount of weight here, making a lot of a health kick in terms of that.
Wow.
We're posting it quite a lot on the staff Discord. And the man is showing a lot of will and, you know what, spirited too. So give him a bit of support and might be an inspiration for you as well. But Custom is Green Phoenix's 41st pick as well in the third round. Green Phoenix, normally a franchise, does quite well at times too. But we'll be looking towards 20R here following this one.
Of course, here, pick 42, 20R, the second pick in round 3. It is going to be Cold Fire, 12.55, following a pattern that Green Phoenix have started. We're going with these close to min picks here, and alongside Vibs, who's a very expensive player, in a 13.45 as well. They've got a nice little composition going on here at 20R.
Well, Mighty Hades was looking to hit the beats, but will they hit the skip as well too here? Because it will be interesting where Kevin has decided to go with Terry. It has been an interesting one here, and Smoky Bear Merch joined by Dillo at 14.50, so that is their big DSN, or sorry, CMV. Hard to break an old habit here back in the RLS back in days when Tootin used to run the show there. So Death Cloud, can they take centre stage with 44th pick in round 3?
That's a late pick for Jay Leno. I rate Jay Leno very highly here. But back onto Death Cloud Ascent. Death Cloud, sorry. It is Stones, Dave Rave, and it's going to be XBX high, I'm going to say here, for 13.25. We've got 3 players here, actually, in that 1300 range. Definitely a more balanced team than I've seen in comparison to quite a lot of these other organisations and prospects.
Well, certainly so, but will there be a natural dip to proceedings of things here at the 45th here? Because we've had quite a few 14 or 13, so the 12 and 1100 range has barely been stifled on through here, but we will have the likes of Lanners coming through at 1150, so that is 2 1300s and deep down. So is this maybe a sub in the wings? We don't know, but we do know Alpha Surge, Shadow, Brave Esports and Fort Templar are the following franchises up next, but we will head over to what is simply Excelon at 12:30, and that is 3 different ranges of players, so this might be a sort of a shot in the dark type team being built here.
Oh yeah, perhaps. Prospects, I find it's one of the... I think it's one of the hardest tiers to try and pick. I think Master alongside, like you said, for such their big ranges, you've got to be really careful with the values of the players. And Shadow Esports, I think Azan for 13.95 is a good pick, and I'm gonna have to agree with him here, alongside C and Vild as well. I said it last time, but Shadow Esports are going to be a team to look out for.
Shadow Esports has always been a threat and a force to be reckoned with, but Brave, well, NC Substant and Fakal has, well, literally picked the force itself at 1240. Probably a cheap pick there for themselves too, so they'll be quite smug. But we're back over to Friday with Fort Templar with the 49th pick in our third round.
And yeah, we'll come across that very soon here. Friday, D Lynch and Mal. That is a very good team, actually, of franchise managers. And, well, they picked an excellent player here in the form of Torga, 1230. And I'd argue he is worth a lot more than that. This was a player that's been a lot of my tryouts. Again, privates included. No surprise here that Fort Templar have picked up on him. And alongside Source and Fuzzy as well, that's a very exciting team.
Well, certainly so. Rahu with Illusionary up next here. He will be certainly saying this is a long evening. It will make it even longer. It will be, certainly, with next in Tootin, Rugi at 12.55. That is up next. We're halfway through the third round. And so far, a few surprises, not necessarily shockers, but Solaris Pig. As you may be kissing your badge there, we don't see Team Serene anytime soon. They're not, well, let's say very high in the next few picks here.
No. I think we actually got 20th pick on the marbles. Systema Solaris They got a round 2 pick 30, round 1 pick 1, so they had very good picks here. And now they picked up Draka alongside Sheep and Simdog. Oh my goodness, Systema Solaris. A great composition there, a 1400, a high 1300. And when you have to go for a min, you've got to pick one of the best. And I think Draka is certainly in that kind of range. Fantastic pick here for Systema Solaris.
Well, the fact that Pig has Serene in it, nodded his head. A wobble of the whole glasses too is the full works here, but Robbo at 30-45. Legend Media is looking to do some maybe potential damage there with E and Axum from earlier, but we'll be going straight on with this one, banging it out with Azteca next here, but it looks like we may have a bit of normality here.
Yeah, certainly. And next we'll move on to Azteca. This is going to be more Shin and Matrix's pick here, and it is going to be Righty 1301. I feel like a lot of these prospect players have quite a lot of numbers to the end of their name, but alongside Rakeboy and Rawbean, I feel like this is going to be another good pick. This is certainly looking like a main team player when you look at those numbers.
Certainly. So Forge with Wolfie, what has he selected there? Because as well joining the franchise management, barely spoken about. The 54th will be Buckets, I believe that's maybe how it's pronounced, alongside the following two on the left with your screen of 1300. But DSQ will be up next here, and the man who kissed his badge will be looking forward to his already known pick to him, but we do not know just yet.
Yeah, it's the man himself. It's the Dirty Dwarf, 1150. I see him quite active in quite a lot of chats. I'm sure he goes to a lot of tryouts as well. Paired alongside Char and Finney. It's another one of those just perfect low picks, which you're going to see a lot here in round 3. People trying to squeeze out as much value as possible, and the Dirty Dwarf is a perfect player for that.
Team Serene, they have decided to go with King Arthur. There's no round table at 1700. It is a fairly cheap pick, but will the sword be Excalibur or Exemplary? But we'll see the puns further from that point. Sanctuary up next.
Oh, this is a very good player, King Ether. Gone to a lot of our trials, but onto Sanctuary. Again, it is Tavish. It is the man himself, a former DSQ boy, has jumped ship, got to Sanctuary, and has Ozzy and the Crezes with him for the ride. Fantastic player, fantastic caster, fantastic man, and what a team he's got himself.
Potentially maybe playing DSQ, but I'll double check that later on. But Symbiotes, they have moved in a nice bit and swiftly onto it as well too. The man himself at 1400, that's their big value player. So Panthera and Fearless are the last two coming up next here, but I believe it might be an obvious two.
Yes, it will be. We can see it here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure you can guess these next two picks. We do start off, of course, with a keeper. It's Big Chebs himself, 1360. Just like quite a few of the other keepers as well. This is a player you'd pick at this kind of range, or arguably higher as well. Good keeper pick and a good manager as well, I have heard.
From that to the 60th and final pick of round number 3, Fearless Esports has selected their very own Masters at 1325 there alongside Mutz as there. So GM, admin and a player at round number 1 with position 6. So we might as well bounce to the summary pickers this year. We've seen a few players that had their big moments. There maybe say here from a Raw Boogie to a Custom to the Force itself, but who applies the formula for you here?
Overall, round 3, I think it was really good all round. I'm really liking Systema Solaris' team so far. Of course, they did go for Draka this round, and I think when you're at this third pick, especially with prospects, I think a lot of franchise managers had their managers open, trying to find what composition was remaining for their team, and I think round 3 was very dictated by that. I also want to look at Fort Templar's Targa for 1250. It's just a lot of value all over the screen. I do also want to mention Death Cloud. It is Gandhi, that is, for 1325. He's a very well-known name in Prospect, fantastic player as well. And I've heard he's a great guy from some reliable sources back when I was in Academy RS.
Well, that is your summary for round 3, the final segment from round number 4, 61st to the 80th pick. And, well, some may be saying, ooh, we're approaching the end. 4 hours of picks, technical issues, but who will be the mastermind behind it? Of course, we'll go to the likes of Team Serene here, and all of it is Pixel Clicks at 1220 here. And I'm going to guess he went to a lot of tries, was very good here, but how good was he?
I don't actually think this is a player I saw at my tryouts, but I've just heard good things about him. We were looking at the team composition. We had the franchise manager, and he fit perfectly. Heard good things, so hoping it's a good signing as well.
So hope and maybe, but Harry at 62 for Bundesliga, they have been picked up here, but Symbiote's been moving across here. Has the GM done a Team Serene here? Was Luke doing big, maybe a nasty over favour? It'll be interesting in pre-season. That's happening after, of course, our drafts. But Envy at 13:30 join next question Affair and Polar. So that team looking quite heavy there.
Yeah, they finished the bingo. They've got an 1100, 1200, 1300 and 1400 as well. Thanks for that, Saucer Mel, whoever's controlling that. Apparently I'm a bad GM, but here's a GM that's not bad. It's the ones here at Sanctuary signing the man, the myth, the legend, the trophy man himself, Yeet Rekid for 1150.
Well, it's only diabolical, scary man and bad AGM. There's plenty of things have been called worse, but certainly so with Yeet being put across here. But Solaris up next here. I believe Mal might be sitting here ordering another, shall we say, fast food chain, and the earlier nuggets we saw from this one. But Herbie, the man who runs, I believe, Rocket Sunday, may have done a few broadcasts as well. He has been selected there. That's a very notable lineup over there. But Shadow up next.
Yeah, Shadow Esports, Mr. Efficiency, Deadly Dom, and Mithral on the franchise management, who they picked up here for Azan, C and Vild. I hyped up this team before, and Hell looking to complete it, looking to rain Hell on other teams, hopefully. 1185 he sits on. He is their lowest CMV pick so far, so I'm interested to see how good he is and how that team unfolds.
Well, giving hail to producing hail. We'll be seeing DSQ's form of maybe heaven. Well, they're going with Sicko at 1330. That may be a surprise as so, but Aztec up next. We have the likes of Illusory, Green Phoenix waiting in the wings, and Les Immediate at the third here following suit. Where does we go from here? Well, we'll find out.
Oh, I see some exciting picks coming up, and Azteca, always a good organisation. They do sign Descent, 1150. I'm sure that's a yellow card. Teamed alongside Righty, Rakeboy, and Rawbean here. And I think that will be the end of the day here for Azteca. Last pick, and overall, I think they've done a great job. Certainly better than this bad AGM, apparently.
Well, certainly so. We didn't know which player he just potentially signed here, but if it was proper Descent, it would be a red card. But Legend Media, well, there is red in the logo. Will it be a legend or proper? But it is Kronos at 1150. Bit of an oddity in terms of maybe that lineup. Not necessarily fully sure, but again, prospects. Always a tier to keep an eye out for. It always has, they always say, it's players to stand out for. Like the Challenger, GC in terms of George, was what prospect and maybe Challenger, and should arguably in terms of mechanic maybe being like sitting there this season playing a rival. But we'll go to our bird friend next. Green Phoenix Stingrays franchise. McChow at 1205 has happily selected this one here, and so far here wouldn't be fair to say here, but they've got an idea here.
Yeah, certainly haven't dipped their toes into that 1100 range, but they've gotten close here with that 1205. But next we do have Illusory, Rahu, Simsy, and Snow here signing Pinchmen 123. It's another minimum pick here to go alongside Raw, Rugi, Nakira, and Teuton. And this isn't a player I've heard of, but again, I'm interested to see what they can do on the pitch, and hopefully I'll be able to cast some of these.
For Templar, they're up next with Dylan Friday and, of course, Mal, who's trying to have a bit of fun here with the nicknames down below. Flair Wolf is moved across here, but there is a few snarls and pearls here down below me. Was it a hurlball that came up here with this particular player, or just Mal throwing you off your balance?
Well, there we go. We've had a wolf. Apparently, I'm a kitten. But let's look at Brave Esports here. NC Subsan and Fatty Kyle. Now, that's a really good franchise team. Fatty Kyle being one of the keeper picks. He should know this tier. He should know Void. This 1150 to be one of his minimum picks. And, you know, you've just got to back Fatty Kyle here. This has got to be his his best tier, surely.
Well, certainly it could be talked about to move across, but we're not going to fill a void with another void. We'll go straight over to Wolfie with Ford, of course. The likes of boxes anyway from earlier, and of course measures at 16.010. That's not the CMV when reading out. His is particularly at 12.40, so hitting nearly the bingo there. But Death Cloud coming up at 75 and 2 fearless picks, and then Kevin's Might of Hades will be looking to maybe round off the evening quite to this point.
Death Cloud, new organisation for RSC. They had some experience in ERS, and their first time in the draft, round 4, they've gone for Bob McTastic, a 12.90 here. They've got 3 1300s to go alongside it. And overall, Gandhi Stones and Dave Array, Bob McTastic, have got himself a really good team all the way out here in day 1.
Certainly so. Straight over to Masters with his double pick, but he will have the final pick of this one. Carl at 12.45. Seems to be okay, but what will Masters whip up with a double? Usually when you have these options, you have a luxury of who do you want, who do you sort of necessarily try out. Not necessarily, I'm going to say it's a freebie, but it is an option.
And wow, it was just a sea of Fearless Esports at the bottom. They've got 3 pickings here. They've got Overdrive, a 1340 to add to that team. And later, well, they are going to add themselves I believe it is a 6th to their team here in day 1. All in here on Prospect for Fearless Esports.
Certainly so. We'll go to Might of Hades with 3 at 5. What he has got here is not necessarily, well, a freestyler, but he has got one with share the names and letters MK at 1240. He has hit the verbal bingo, as Pegasus has dubbed it. So the 20R for the 79th pick to get us closer to the Magic 80 here.
And we are going to move on to the penultimate pick. It is 20R, and it is going to be Banja, 1160. We were talking about bingo cards. That's another team completing it. 20R with an 1100, 1200, 1300, and 1400 just before we get ourselves to our final pick of the night, and it's going to be the greedy Fearless Esports.
Well, they've been chawing away at it. 6 has been selected, and it's next at 1200. That will be, of course, Masters. I think 1 potentially pick left for day 2. Maybe another one the following suit, but that is for tomorrow's problem. For today's solution and relief, here is the final summary of Prospect for day number 1 of round 4.
And you can see here, not many players over 1200 really. I don't think we have a single one over 1300 except for Envy and Herbie and Overdrive. So it feels like for a lot of people trying to finish off their team, same for Psycho actually, just about. So we're seeing a lot of lower range players that you just want to squeeze as much value out of as possible. That was round 4 of Prospect. And Danny, it's been a long night, but we've done the final pick.
Well, certainly so, and unfortunately, through sad news, I'm here to report that Mal may have passed away. The global warming has been too much, as the PC has removed him, as he said he was melted. So we will be sending a team to potentially try to save Mal, but if you do want Mal to return, you'll of course have to follow him on Twitter and give him a lot of love within the Discord and saying I'm sorry for shouting you at earlier, because he has done a fantastic job behind the scenes alongside Sauce. Down below, as well as your sponsors like the team Serene, Solaris, Brave Esports, and many, many more that makes this happening as well. But there's been a superstar team who has stepped in, Pegasus, who's came in last moment here. But this is near enough been 4, knocking on the 5 hours here along day number 1. But day number 2 at 7:30 p.m. we will start this entire process all over again to find who will be going to where. But from all of us here at RSC, thank you very much for tuning in. We'll do this tomorrow. Until then, stay safe.
I don't know. Tell me, have I lost my mind? So I break these walls and hold my head up high, and I step my ground until the day I die. As the rain falls down, there's no more tears to cry, tears to cry. So I break these walls and hold my head up high. No, I'm not giving in. No, I'm not giving in.